Copyright notice. Irresistibly Charming. Copyright by Victoria Pinder. This book is a work of fiction. The names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, business establishments, locales, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. Hannah Hughes caught a glimpse of herself in the glass near the coffee shop on her way home. Bland gray wool pants, a gray shirt, and her blue winter coat bundled against the wind. Her shivering bones missed sunny Miami, but that life was over, and that silly woman she'd been was gone and would never return. Without makeup or designer clothes, she was a shell of the girl she'd been last year, before the plane crash that had killed her mom and dad. That girl was as dead as her parents. Her phone buzzed again, so she pulled it from her coat pocket. Her brother Harrison. She hadn't talked to him since the funeral, a year ago. How had it been that long? She closed her eyes and thought of her brother, who in college had dragged her from a fraternity party after exposing another boy who tried to drug her drink. Protective was Harrison's middle name. If she answered the phone and explained her absence, he'd tell her to come home and they'd build a case against the man who'd taken her money. All she had to do was answer the phone. It shouldn't hurt to accept a hand from someone who genuinely cared. Pride was a stupid sin that should have died with the naive version of her. It would be nice not to worry about paying her bills again or finishing her MBA because of tuition payments. Until a few months ago, she'd had no idea that a full-time job hardly paid the rent and often left her budgeting between groceries or the internet. But in order to return to the warm, bright sun of Miami, she'd have to admit to her brother, her only family left, that she'd royally screwed up her life. The frigid air of the city entered her lungs and made her cough. Harry was probably wearing his sunglasses, relaxing on the sun deck of his yacht, with a glass of iced tea as he floated over aquamarine waters, with bright blue skies above his head. The vision of life at the beach house made her long for the light of the tropical sun. It was better than dark clouds that blocked all views and just made Washington the 600th even drearier. She clicked the side so the phone wouldn't ring anymore, and let the call go to voicemail, sticking it back in her pocket. Harry would never understand why she hadn't called him sooner, and he'd never let her forget it. The cold caused a persistent tickle in her throat. The scent of coffee traveled to the sidewalk when a smiling young businessman opened the door, hot drink steaming in his hand. "Morning," he said. "Morning." Hannah pulled out her wallet and counted her cash, a measly few dollars, as she stared through the window at the line of people ordering lattes. Once upon a time, she'd been one of them. She took a deep breath that iced her lungs. Coffee would be yummy and thaw her out. It was time to start living again. The past year had flown past, and she'd been numb with grief over losing her parents. She lifted her chin, ignored the whip of the wind against her skin, and decided to spend her last few dollars on something to get warm. Hannah went inside the coffee shop. She eyed the prices with trepidation as she made her way to the line. The savory, coffee-tinged air made her stomach grumble, and the cake pops in the display case had her mouth watering. As she glanced at the price list, she frowned. $5 to $7 for fancy coffee seemed extravagant. A year ago, she'd have never noticed and ordered her favorite peppermint latte without caring about money. Part of her wished she could turn back the clock. She wished she could see how happy she'd been and pay attention to the time spent with her parents, who had provided without limit. Now she counted her pennies from a thankless job that didn't pay nearly enough. She studied the menu for the least expensive thing, and when it was her turn to order, she told the cashier, "I'd like a black tea, nothing in it." The teenager with long blonde curls was pleasant as he nodded at her. "Yes, ma'am." He went to prepare her tea without judging. He didn't know she was flat broke. "Okay." She took a deep breath and stared at her brother's text message. "Hannah, I'm coming to DC for a few days. If you're seeing this, I want to see you again. I miss you." "I can't." She immediately deleted the words she'd typed. How could she tell Harry that she'd screwed up her life so badly in less than a year? He wouldn't let her count pennies, but this was her own fault. She'd invited that man in her home to pray. She sucked in her lips as she waited for the tea. She had to find a way to fix it. She hit the "Don't Save Draft" button when prompted. When she was sure the message was gone, she tucked her cell phone back in her pocketbook. "Here is your tea, ma'am," the teenager said with a smile. Once she'd been a teenager, and that happy just because. She'd been an heiress, not that her bank account showed that anymore. A few careless moments where she'd been grieving had ruined that. She lifted the hot cup, comforting in her chilled hand. "Thanks." After she paid for her drink, she took a seat at a wooden table with her back to the door and intended to people watch while she enjoyed her tea. The shop was safe and warm from that ugly day outside and the howling wind. Several minutes passed as her mind filed away the cast of characters ordering coffee. A few business people in long trench coats, tourists with maps of the city, some folks dressed for a night concert, though it was only 10 in the morning. What had they been up to? Her shoulders began to relax. But then she heard a voice behind her that made every muscle in her body tense as he said, "Hannah Hughes." Her spine tingled as her enemy neared the next table. The white-haired charlatan who'd pretended to be a caring preacher with those clear blue eyes of his stood over her. No. Goosebumps rose on her arms, urging her to run, but she wouldn't. Inside the coffee shop, he wasn't protected by his followers, who'd kicked her out of the church and act like Hannah was the source of evil instead of the false preacher. She was in a public place, surrounded by people, and he couldn't hurt her or get her kicked out. She lifted her chin. "Reverend Jensen, are you here to return my money and jewels?" He motioned toward the seat across from her. His lips were pressed together with false remorse, but her skin buzzed a warning not to believe what she saw. He was a gifted liar. That money and jewels were tithed. Tithes were freely given. She tucked her hair behind her ear, not wanting anyone to overhear their conversation and know what a fool she'd been after her parents died. Hannah waved for the Reverend to join her and pretended to be her brother Harry during his law school days. She channeled his firm tone and maintained eye contact. "You took every dime in my bank account without my express permission, and you took my jewels in my home without my offering anything." "I'm broke," Jensen shrugged. "You gave me your debit card, and you lived in our communal houses that clearly had a no jewelry policy, where anything found was given to the church." "No, I didn't give you my card, and the jewelry rule you made up when you saw my diamonds. I moved into my own apartment, but you refused to listen that I wanted my grandmother's necklace back." Her nerves were on edge and she clutched her tea, her limbs starting to shake. Her parents had also been lawyers. She swallowed her fear. "My brother is a lawyer, and a good one. You remembered only when I threatened you at church. I assume that's why you finally showed your face here, to return my property." Jensen crossed his arms like he wasn't upset at all. "Look, I came to discuss a way for you to earn everything back, plus some. Every cent he'd stolen." She'd left Miami with her best friend Caitlin, who'd broken up with her brother Harry before their wedding, and the two of them had gone on this spiritual journey together that turned out to be fraudulent. If she fixed her own mistake, she could go home and forget DC. She'd never once dreamed anyone would steal her money and jewels. Her ears burned, but she sipped her tea and pretended she wasn't afraid of being conned again. "You know how I can make $100 million? His eyes had a light in them as if he was offering her the golden calf. Oh goodness, her heart shouldn't race with anticipation. She knew better. Reverend Jensen was a horrible imitation of a good person, but she listened close as he said, "Yes, I've been in contact with a corporate benefactor who needs a specific gentleman to be married and then divorced 30 days later." The Reverend was offering a sham marriage? Marriage was a sacred bond. Her mother and father had loved each other and set her expectations high. Caitlin had run from her brother because she hadn't been ready. Surely Jensen knew how Hannah felt about marriage. Her legs shook, but she stayed seated. What kept her in her chair was hope to end her current state of working poverty. "So if I marry and then divorce this man of your choosing, you'll give me my money back?" The smooth fabric of his suit jacket slid across the wooden tabletop when he sighed. "Actually, no. The church appreciates your gifts and they can't be returned. You'll be paid by a private company." A third unknown party. She swallowed. On one hand, it was probably safer as she didn't trust Jensen. If she said yes, she'd spend every second wondering if he'd keep his end of the bargain. She narrowed her gaze and tried to focus on details. Is he a foreigner who needs a temporary wife? Or a green card or something? Jensen shook his head. "From what I understand, his family immigrated legally when he was a child and he doesn't need your citizenship. What the company wants is for you to divorce this man after 30 days and have that divorce on record." She took the lid of her cup off and swirled the water. This sounded unbelievable. She probably should just say no and call home. Harry would help her, but then she'd have to confess her stupidity. All her life, she'd been the silly girl that never did anything serious when her parents, and then eventually even her brother, were out there at the top of their legal field. If she told him, he'd see he'd been right. She was weak. She shook her head. "This sounds super sketchy." Jensen reached for her hand and she immediately pulled it out of his way. "I can get you the contract in an hour if you're willing. You can read all the details for yourself." Reading didn't commit her. If she spent 30 days married and then divorced, no one had to know how gullible she'd been. And her inheritance meant she could quit her horrible desk job that sucked her soul out of her. "Get me the contract, Jensen. I want my money back." Jensen didn't move. "I don't want you to sue me." Her only trump card. Of course he wanted to protect his reputation. Sue him and make the fact she'd been swindled public? Or get her money back and no one needed to know anything the past year. Caitlin wouldn't say a word as she was in the same boat, and maybe they could both go home to their lives. Hannah's heart calmed and her legs were less jumpy. She tipped her head. "If I get my money back and you get me back my mother's jewelry, which were never tithed despite your claim on that commune, I won't involve my brother." Jensen's chair screeched against the linoleum flooring as he scooted back. "I'll get the contract and jewelry. I'll be back in less than an hour." Hannah watched the door, uncertain. This was insane. She'd been stupid before, and all she wanted was to reset her life and go home. A few minutes later, she decided she could spend $5. Her old life, where she could do or have anything she wanted, tasted sweet in her mouth. 30 days wasn't the end of the world. She'd gone a year already not feeling. What was one more month? There were only 2 people at the register, so she hopped in line. The blonde teenager gave her a goofy smile. "Another tea?" "I'm going to need coffee," she said, looking back to the table where she'd been sitting. "This time make it a peppermint mocha with an extra shot of espresso." His expression turned serious. "Was that man bothering you, ma'am?" How sweet. But she would take care of herself. She'd been too trusting, which was how Reverend Jensen initially had her believe in him. He'd listened to her grief and offered his commune as a retreat away from her troubles in exchange for helping others. No one thought she was capable of much, but she should have guessed she'd been set up. "We might be working together," Hannah said. "On getting my money back." He wrote her order on a cup. "Dude looks sketchy. If you need help, let me know." The teenager was clearly a lot smarter than she'd been. She paid and tipped $1. "Thanks. I wish I had your clarity last year." She listened to the milk steam and hope tempted her to have faith that all would be well. Soon she'd be 100% back to normal. If she married and divorced, she'd be home in 30 days and out of this cold winter. Life would start again. A smile formed until the kid looked to the door. He handed her the cup of heaven and said, "He's back." Fair enough. She shook off the smile, knowing she needed to watch her back. Jensen must have been very close because there was no way he'd been gone for an hour. Java in hand, she returned to her seat. Jensen pushed a thick, heavy paper bag toward her and an envelope. Here is the contract, Hannah, and your mother's jewelry. The pearls and diamonds, including the cushioned diamond ring her mother had worn that she'd said had belonged to her father's grandmother, were all there. She kept the bag in her lap and removed the papers from the envelope. Her heart raced as she read the contract terms. Her gaze narrowed, and she looked at Jensen's clause. Jensen was charged with finding multiple brides, and Hannah imagined he'd ask Caitlin and Lois, as they had their own issues with Jensen and had left the commune at the same time. It says you get a finder's fee for 6 women willing to marry and divorce. Are you offering the same deal to my friends? Caitlin and Lois have both already agreed, so the 3 of you will be together in this for 30 days if you also choose to sign the contract. Jensen, on the edge of his seat, adjusted his slacks over his knees. Was he nervous? This solves all your issues, and the finder's fee will keep my church open for 5 years. Wait, I don't want to know anymore. Everything he might tell her would be a lie. She held up her hand to get him to stop. All she wanted was to restore her finances and go home. Nothing else mattered. She noted to herself the name of the company who would pay her. I need to look up Kirno Incorporated. I'd like a financial statement to know they have the money before I agree to anything. Jensen pointed to the next section. Once you sign, you are entitled to 25% of the full amount. After you marry, you get the next 25%. When you file for the divorce, you get the third 25%. And once the divorce is finalized, you get the last payment. You can have $50 million this afternoon if you sign and get married today. You'll know if they have money from the first payment alone. True, she'd have $25 million in the bank just for signing. Her heartbeat grew faster. When Harry came to DC, she'd be able to meet him without telling him about her mistake. She'd simply tell him that she'd be home soon and mean her words. With a glare at Jensen, she picked up a pen and tapped it on the table. This was a start. She read each line carefully, then flipped the page. Her husband's name was, her entire body stilled. Logan Bentley, former stock market king. Wow. Hannah read the name again. The Bentley family was notorious. According to what she'd read in the news, they'd stolen billions of the world economy and kept it for themselves. But her parents had been his parents' lawyers, and though they never really spoke in school, it was hard to imagine Logan as some evil criminal. This was bad. Everyone would know if she married this man. It wasn't something she could hide. She pushed the papers back. The groom is Logan Bentley? Yes, is that a problem? Jensen asked. I wondered if he'd be part of your circle in Miami. I don't know him exactly, though we went to the same high school. Her parents had spoken kindly of the family for years when they discussed casework at the dinner table, but that was before they died. The Bentley family has been all over the news. Theft. They are in jail, but will be out on bail soon. Jensen pushed the papers toward her. I'm sure it will make the news, but you'll have your money back and can return to your old lifestyle immediately. Will you be beside Logan Bentley or not? I have another woman in mind if you decide not to. If she signed, she could buy her own mochas without stress. And this was only temporary. She let the pen fall on the table as she tried to think. If people discovered she'd married Logan Bentley, she'd explain it somehow. Perhaps she could say they knew each other years ago instead of just passing each other in the halls. They were both from Miami. The wind howled and shook the glass window. The gray sky seemed like it would snow again soon. If she went home, she'd never be cold again. Plus, if no money was deposited, she wasn't harmed at all. The entire contract was void, and she'd sue Jensen for every dime he'd stolen from her, swallowing her pride. She tapped her fingers on the table. Fine, I will do whatever I can to get my money back. Hannah knew marriage and divorce happened all the time. What could go wrong? Jensen handed her the pen. This time she signed, and when she was done, her shoulders bowed. Had she just been tricked again? Jensen grabbed the paper from her and folded it in his bag. He stood. Good. I wanted you for this one because it makes us even and our business will be done. If I can give you advice, though, I'd tell you not to fall for the billionaire playboy type. You're too good for him. Give me an hour to finalize this, and then please check your account." She rose and out of habit offered to shake his hand. Her father always stared hard at any man or woman he signed deals with before he died. Harry probably adopted the same attitude, and she admitted, "This money will help me face my brother again and go home with my head high." Jensen stepped back but kept his head down. Pride is a sin, and so was getting married with the intention of a divorce. She interrupted him fast, not wanting to hear from Jensen or his opinions. "And you are never going to give me another lecture on right or wrong." He nodded and took a step to leave. "I'll get your money in your account, and then this afternoon, go to the prison and earn the second half." The contract was clear. Goodbye. She sat back in her chair. She waited until he disappeared into the bitterly cold wind and sipped her latte. The peppermint flavor soothed her throat. So what if she married a bad boy who might have stolen billions? It was temporary, and from her distant memories of Logan, it felt doubtful he'd be that bad. Everything might be okay. If she could go home and tell no one what happened this year, she could, in time, forget. A newspaper beckoned from the next table, and she picked it up to relax and enjoy her coffee. There was the Bentley family. Logan's picture was the second one down on the left, where the newspaper displayed their crimes and the family like they were the evil, dark-haired, foreign-born, and attractive Brady Bunch. Logan Bentley was a stockbroker, which meant he was probably heavily involved in all their family crimes. But it didn't matter. This was only 30 days. She'd never fallen for a bad boy, and wouldn't start now though. Part of her wanted to, just because Jensen had warned her away from Logan earlier. Finally, she picked up her phone and texted her brother back. "I can't wait to see you. Send me your hotel info." 3 dots showed Harry typed back fast with the information. Good. She'd re-establish her relationship with her older brother and start fresh building a family without their parents at the head. Logan Bentley was a temporary train ride to return to life as she'd known it. Chapter 2. Logan Bentley, the second oldest in the Bentley family and until recently a Fortune 500 favorite for investments who'd been nicknamed the Prince of Wall Street, never expected to be wearing federal prison orange. Once king of his universe, he now shared a jail cell with his brother Oliver. Whoever had ruined his life might think they'd won, but soon he'd be free to discover who'd set them up. Revenge was a great motivator. The small, windowless room with a table and 2 chairs between them offered he and his lawyer the semblance of privacy. But beyond the door was bars and a guard watching in case anyone got violent. Franklin White said, "I had an offer to help get you out of here with bail." He handed Logan a contract. "Fresh air and a good shower are things I dream about now." He tried to read the details, but it was hard to focus on the words. He and his brothers, all prominent businessmen in their own professions, were in this mess together. But nothing about being in prison made sense. Whoever had set them up clearly didn't know that the Bentley family stuck together. He'd find who was behind this if it was the last thing he ever did. A month ago, when the FBI had arrested him and his brothers and brought them to a prison near Washington, the 600th, they were told about a host of financial frauds their family supposedly had committed, none of which was true. The joke was that they had the money to cover the cost of the supposed crimes and more. His family privately owned oil fields that flowed with cash. Their father was being held in a different jail, but worst of all was that their mother, sick with cancer, had been arrested and was serving time in a female prison. His hands gripped the table and squeezed the edge. The only one not jailed that day was their sister Elle, who had never worked a day in her life, which turned out to be a blessing. The words of the contract slowly came into focus, and he read. Finally, he finished, swallowed hard, and his gaze shot up. "Wait, so I get out of prison if I marry this woman?" White fixed his glasses and nodded. "Yes, you must agree to marry her and live with her for at least 30 days when you get out. 30 days with one woman, even if she was a horrible shrew or a total nightmare, was fine as long as he could help his family." Outside these walls, he'd have a better chance at supporting his family and finding his enemy. As a boy, he'd grown up hearing stories of people who wanted to hurt his family because of their name, and how his ancestors had defended their honor. He'd do the same. "But I'm otherwise free until the trial and can do whatever I want," White said. "You won't have access to any of your money as that's tied up in the court system." Partly true. As a foreign royal, he had access to funds that weren't in the US jurisdiction, but he didn't share that with the lawyer. As an investor, he put his money in banks all over the world, but since no one had offered a deal on anything, he never offered any information. Logan tapped his fingers on the metal table. "What about my house in Miami? That's under the government control at the moment," the lawyer reminded him. And so was his apartment in Manhattan. If Logan had his way, he'd go home to Miami and find friends there to help him, if only to borrow a laptop. Even if he married a horribly disfigured woman reminiscent of the Phantom of the Opera, it would be worth it because he'd be free. He crossed his arms. "I can move back to Miami if I find a place to live with my wife?" White wrote the amendment down in his notebook. "That can added to the contract if you're worried she won't go." Perfect. He wouldn't have to spend much more time in winter. Cold wasn't in his blood. He'd been born as a royal son in the Middle East and grew up in Miami. Winter affected him, and he needed the sunshine. Plus, going home meant he could see who his real friends were now. He nodded. "Do it. I'm more useful out there than in here." He then leaned closer, dropped his arms, and asked, "Who am I marrying?" The lawyer read from the paperwork. "Hannah Hughes." The name flashed in his mind, but he couldn't place quite where. His mind drifted to high school and a brown-haired girl with glasses in a math class, but he wasn't sure it was the same person, and he didn't ask. He rubbed his forehead. "That sounds vaguely familiar." The lawyer closed his notebook and handed Logan a pen. "Her parents died last year in a horrible plane wreck." Perhaps his mother had talked about the tragedy? He wasn't sure, but it didn't really matter. He'd worked tirelessly until his mother, father, and brothers were all free. He signed the draft contract, marking his changes with initials. Maybe that was it. "Okay, all done." White took the contract, stood, and said, "She'll be in this afternoon." That was quick. The guards opened the door to let his lawyer out. Another guard came in and locked his hands in cuffs again, none too gently. Logan called out, "Let's get this done." The lawyer waved and left. Soon, perhaps today, he'd be out of this prison. It seemed too good to be true. The guard walked Logan outside to join the inmates in their exercise regime. The guard released the cuffs, and without a word, Logan trotted over to the basketball court where his 5 brothers all shot hoops. Oliver, oldest of the siblings who thought he was in charge of their family, greeted him. What happened with the lawyer? Logan gestured for them to let him join the game. Dylan motioned he was on the team with Ollie and Roy. Ollie stayed near him, but on guard for the ball. Logan said, "It seems if I get married, I can get out of here today." He sighed. "With Mom sick and in jail, I want to do more for her." "Me too," Oliver said. His brother was a doctor, so he had more knowledge about their mother's illness than he did. Logan quietly asked, "What do you mean?" Oliver shrugged. "Looks like we all signed the same deal." "Marriage, yeah. I'm calling Elle first thing so that she can help us figure out where to live as a group." Logan kept his eye on Dylan, who had the ball. If Oliver was taking care of living arrangements, then all of Logan's efforts could be focused on his parents and getting them out of jail too. At least his brothers would be close, but his spine tingled at accepting Elle's assistance. Sure, their sister was engaged to a man with money, but first off, Logan had never met Naveed, and second, he didn't need anyone's pity. But he wouldn't be stupid and access funds that the federal agents might confiscate and possibly use against them with more phony charges. So he grumbled, "I hate handouts." Roy stole the ball from Dylan and looked for an opening to take a shot. Oliver put his hands together in front of his face like he always did when he made a point, though usually he was leaning on his desk to give women news about childbirth. "She's our sister, and she offered to have her new husband pay for bail. The deal we all took makes that offer void. This way, we're just borrowing real estate while we fix the mess." Logan's pride wasn't going to help anyone, and his family was more important. "Look, I'm a stockbroker, Ollie. You're the oldest and a doctor. I can ensure you have funding to treat Mom and get money for Roy to work on our case." Oliver nodded like he had this planned out already. "We'll need cash for that, and Dylan, Jake, and Bo are going to work together to find out who framed us." Perfect. This was a plan of action where he put his expertise to use. Creating new money was easy for him. For years, the newspapers said Logan Bentley could turn a nickel into millions, so now it was time to test that theory out. The stock market was almost like hearing musical notes, and he knew how to play the instruments. He stared at his other brothers. "I'll divide my efforts into 3 monetary sections, though I'd love to murder whoever framed us with my bare hands." Pfft. Oliver turned to catch the ball from Roy. "We all want to be there when we figure it out." For the first time in weeks, Logan took a deep breath. The testosterone of men in prison exercising in a courtyard would be a memory he'd love to forget. It would be nice to sleep without keeping one eye open. Marrying a woman, even a horrible one, couldn't be as bad as this nightmare. He'd never met a woman who he couldn't charm. He envisioned some middle-aged woman with an eye patch and a beer in her hand, like she'd be some pirate of old, but ignored his imagination. Then the girl with glasses and a ponytail who had passed him in the hallway flashed in his mind. He wasn't sure if he'd just made that up, so he let it go and watched the orange and black basketball. "So we have a plan," a guard called out. "Logan Morgan, you have a visitor." He turned away from his brothers in surprise. He'd signed last, but he might be first out. Oliver slapped his shoulder. "Your new wife seems to be the first to arrive. Tomorrow we'll meet at the coffee shop where we met after that inauguration party, at 2 p.m. Hopefully we're all out by then." Seeing his brothers without the orange jumpsuits would be the best feeling he'd had in a while. Personally, he'd need a hot shower and clean clothes to feel human again. He patted his brother's shoulder and walked toward the guard. "Ollie, I'll be there." This time, when they put the cuffs on him, Logan didn't care. He kept his head up and walked toward the visitors' area. This was a room he hadn't seen before. Red roses clashed with the dreary beige wall. His lawyer stood with someone who must be the justice of the peace. The guard took off his cuffs and offered him his suit, the one he'd been arrested in. The tailored suit had been new, but prison closets didn't leave his clothes smelling fresh. He would add clean clothes to his list of things to get for him and his brothers. The lawyer pointed toward the bathroom, and Logan took the clothes and changed. There was just a toilet and sink, no shower. He splashed his face. At least he wasn't to be married in his orange jumpsuit, though his skin still itched, and he missed feeling completely clean and shaven. Focus on the positive. His Italian leather shoes retained the shine, and the suit was worth a few $1,000s. Within 5 minutes, he'd buckled the leather belt around his pants and started to feel like himself. Soon he'd get access to money again and earn enough to get his parents out. A razor for his face would be nice, but for now he finger-combed his hair and stepped back into the room. A young woman with brown hair swept up at her nape, waited by the justice of the peace. Her white dress went to her knees. Again, the image of a girl with red glasses and a ponytail as she answered a question in AP Calculus hit him hard. He joined her and felt a jolt in his bones as she turned, and he saw her clear face and deep chocolate brown eyes. "You're Hannah Hughes?" Her eyes widened as she stared at him too. Desire coursed through him instantly, but he refused to even acknowledge it. She took a deep breath. "Do you remember me from high school? It was you then. I'm confused. That makes 2 of us. Are you ready to get married today, Logan?" Her sweet voice reverberated in his mind and body. No woman had ever affected him like this before. True, she was the first female he'd seen in a month without a prison guard uniform on, but she was far from the evil pirate lady he'd imagined. His fingers itched to touch her. Would her skin be as soft as it looked? The lavender that filled his nose right now was all her. "I figured you must be horribly scarred or homely to agree to this sham." She gave a sarcastic laugh. "Well, put me down in your books as a complete fool. Let's do this and get out of here." The justice of the peace and the lawyer checked the paperwork. It was all very official. Logan leaned closer and smelled her honeysuckle and lavender soap. Once he'd been great at telling from a woman's perfume how to get her into bed, but Hannah didn't give off the easy or available vibe. Despite that, he still flirted. "Honey, I'm all yours for tonight." She stepped away like she wanted to jump a mile in the opposite direction. "Yeah, well, you're coming home with me tonight, but sleeping in the extra room." He probably smelled bad and needed that shower. Or it might be she didn't like men who had been in prison. He couldn't blame her there. He'd try again with her, once he was confident in his game. "Tomorrow we move to Miami." Her eyes widened again. "Huh?" His gaze flew to White, his lawyer. Had he amended the contract? This was a no-go deal if he wasn't free to move out of DC. The willowy woman that made his body tense with desire still pursed her lips and seemed like she'd run far away from him. Okay, possibly he'd still marry this Hannah if he could help his family, but it would be easier to do from home. He pointed toward his lawyer. "It's important that I live in Miami for the next month, if that is all right with you." The lawyer and the justice of the peace brought over the papers for them to sign. Hannah read the part about living in Miami. She clutched a small gold cross she'd hidden under her dress, but then signed the final contract. "That's fine. We're both from Miami and, honestly, I hate winter, so it's a good place to move. Glad we agree." Logan's tension eased as he signed everything, his initials next to hers. Were things starting to go his way? The lawyer and the justice of the peace filed every piece of paper, and once done, his lawyer went immediately and spoke to a guard. Logan assumed they were discussing his bail and release from prison. Hannah waited quietly, very composed considering the situation. He flashed her a smile that usually worked on charming women. Hannah shrugged off his smile like she hadn't seen it, but she then kept her gaze on the justice of the peace, a man in his 50s that White had found somewhere to do this work, as he pocketed his notes about what to say in a marriage ceremony. Logan said, "Agreeing will make our time more bearable. I think the justice of the peace is ready. So, we're about to say I do." He reached out and took her hand for the ceremony. A jolt of awareness rushed through him, and he stared at her again in pleasant surprise. "Hannah Hughes, the face of my angel." "I'm no angel." He ignored the sparks of desire and focused on the ceremony and how soon he'd be free. His family needed him to do this. He wouldn't let anyone down. Her breaths came shorter and her face turned slightly red as she whispered, "I wasn't expecting to find you attractive either, Logan. Your pictures don't do you justice, and I didn't remember much about you in school. In high school, my older brother, Oliver, was the memorable one. He was glad he hadn't lost his looks during this horrible month, though the prince he used to be would shine after a shower and shaving off the beard." He clutched her hand a little harder. "Fair warning, though, that since then, I've always been able to charm any woman I've ever met." She shook her head but laughed a little easier. "We'll see." "Yes, we most definitely will, Hannah." He let the fireworks he felt for her physically explode in his chest. It was like winning the lottery. Perhaps his attraction to her was because she was the first soft, flesh and blood and attractive-looking woman he'd seen in a month, but there was more to her. He was going home with this woman as his wife. The justice of the peace said something, and Logan pretended to listen. Soon he'd free his parents. Life was good today because after a month of hell, he had a mission to accomplish and a beautiful new wife to seduce. Chapter 3. Hannah's heart beat a mile a minute as Logan Bentley signed the last of the paperwork releasing him from prison. The guards watched carefully, but Logan kept his chin up, more relaxed now that he was a free man. She stayed near the door in the back of the small room she'd been married in and waited for him. He signed another paper with his lawyer at his side, and then the men shook hands. She stood straighter. Logan turned toward her, and she asked, "Are you ready?" He placed his hand on her lower back to guide her forward to the exit. The sparks that rode through her veins weren't normal. She shouldn't let him touch her or want him to. This was temporary. He opened the prison door and stared up at the sun as they walked down the small courtyard toward the gate. "Glad to be walking out of here with you." Every cell in her body was aware of him. She stayed near him, torn between putting up her guard or getting to know more about Logan Bentley. She pushed a loose wisp of her hair behind her ear and led him to her black Buick Regal she shared with her best friend. "Well, we're taking my car to my place for the night, I guess." They reached the guard and Logan showed them his valid papers to leave. He asked in a calm voice, "Where do you live?" Despite their current surroundings, Logan Bentley had grown up richer than she'd been. This past year for her might not have been prison, but she'd chosen to give up everything personal to follow a false minister. They went through the gate together, 2 prison guards with machine guns on either side. Her skin felt itchy, but she pretended she was fine as she said, "Outside of the city. It's not a nice area, actually." Her studio, at least, was next to her neighbor and friend slated to marry his brother, though she kept that information to herself for now. The small room was nothing like her house in Miami or his family's mansions. "Since we're moving to Miami tomorrow, per your contract, want to stay at a hotel? I can get us 2 rooms." He made a no sound with his throat. "Let's just stay at your place. Would you have an old laptop I can use?" She clicked her car fob to signal which vehicle in the parking lot was hers. "Sure, I have one. Why?" He opened her car door, the driver's seat, for her. She held her breath and slipped in, his fingers brushing over hers. They were married. She'd figure this out. Perhaps it was fate that they were moving to Miami, so she could talk to Harry and his new fiancé. The return to her life was at hand, finally. Logan took the passenger's seat beside her and locked his door. As she started the engine, he said, "I must raise the funds to make my mother's bail. First, I need to see if my passwords still work." Her pulse buzzed. If she could help almost came out of her mouth automatically, but that impulse was how she'd lost all her money to the Reverend. She drove off the lot. "Are you going to end up right back in jail for more crimes?" His entire body stilled, and his dark brown eyes seemed to assess her. She could imagine him as a prince or royalty of some sort. "I was framed." The tingle in her spine that she was in the wrong shouldn't exist. She ignored the sensation and gazed out the window. "Isn't that what all imprisoned men say?" He leaned back, a mask over his expression. "Think whatever you want, honey. And what does it say about women who marry men like me?" She jerked in her seat. Score 1 for Logan. She tightened her grip on the wheel but glanced at him. "Fair enough. This is just a temporary situation." Her body heated from his nearness, despite how his hand stayed on the console between them, not touching her. Temporary? There was no way they'd suit forever. He was too attractive and probably had any woman he wanted in his life. The bad boy who went to jail bit would only enhance his raw masculinity. Even she felt it, and she'd spent years going to church every day to temper her baser instincts. She turned onto a highway that would lead them home. "The contract said we are to be married for 30 days. Huh. He crossed his arms. "Mine didn't say that. Mine just said we had to live together." The first 25 million had dinged in her phone app for her bank after she'd signed the contract, which was why she'd showed up at the prison in a white dress. Hannah needed to check for the second of 4 payments, but her phone was in her bag. She searched next to her and then remembered she'd locked it in the trunk before going into the prison. Shrugging, she said, "I get a 3rd payment when I file for divorce, and the rest when it's finalized. Can I see your contract?" "Sure." She swallowed and quickly glanced at him. "It's in the trunk with my pocketbook. I didn't want to bring my bag in the prison, so I'll give it to you when we get home." Logan crossed his arms like he was the one being wronged. "Hannah, how much are you getting paid?" Her cheeks felt hot. Somehow admitting to Logan what a fool she'd been might be worse than telling Harry, her own brother. Lies rushed through her, but she knew better. The truth was best. She turned off the highway at her exit. "Reverend Jensen helped himself to my $100 million inheritance. I was told if I married you for 30 days, I'd get it all back." His eyes widened considerably as he dropped his hands to his knees. "There is more to this than I'd guessed. Whether you believe me or not, I was framed. My family did nothing wrong, and now someone wants me to get married and divorced." His brow furrowed. Yeah, okay. She wasn't born stupid. She'd just spent a year being sad and withdrawn. But she wasn't going back to that. This time, she was going to use her brain. Hannah turned the car onto the street near her apartment and started scouting for a spot. The houses were all small apartments now in a broken neighborhood where too many people had cars and there weren't enough spots. She massaged her neck as she craned it to see every nook and cranny. Why would Kirno Incorporated, the company who is paying my contract, want to frame you so bad? Finally, she saw one, but she'd have to parallel park to get in, and honestly, she wasn't that good at it. She lined her Buick next to the parked Corolla and tried to focus on not hitting the other car. "Because my brothers and I are deposed royalty." She jerked her foot onto the brake and the car shuddered. "What?" Logan continued. "My father was once king. When Roy gets out, I want to send him your contract too." The newspaper hadn't mentioned royalty, but he had the look. Roy, she remembered the picture in the paper of the Bentley family. She eased back into her parking method and tried not to react, though the hair on her arms was probably standing up straight. "Your brother is getting out?" He nodded. "All 6 of us are to get married, and we meet tomorrow for coffee before we head back to Miami." Reverend Jensen was making a fortune. Part of her wanted to sue him in court still, but she kept that to herself. She finished parking as best she could. "Sounds like we have a busy day tomorrow then. We're here." He opened his door and she saw his foot went onto the street before the sidewalk. Clearly her parking wasn't perfect, but he didn't comment. Instead, he waited for her to get out of the car, without a word on the slight flood of the sewer drudge near their shoes. "I'm glad. I really need a shower." Calm enveloped her as they walked toward the stoop of her apartment building. Caitlin was close if she needed backup, which was something. She opened the door. The small lobby had a worn rug that might have been blue once, though it seemed more gray now. "I'll get you fresh soap and a towel." The moment she said that, she imagined his muscular body all wet and her face heated. There was no way she should think any of that. She motioned toward the stairs as the elevator was broken. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor, which wasn't so bad. He held the door for her. "And I'd appreciate clean clothes." Part of living simply was that she'd given up a lot of her worldly goods. She had 7 outfits right now, and none of them would work for someone of his muscular size, not even her yoga pants. She led him up the steps. "I don't have any men's clothes, but I'll order something if you give me your size. Or we could go shopping." Neither one said much else as she made it to the 3rd floor and her apartment. As she opened the door to her studio, she paused. Where would they sleep tonight? Being next to Logan wasn't something she'd planned or thought about. The money was all she'd focused on, which didn't make her very kind. She kept her head down as he walked into her place. She closed the door, and Logan walked over to her tan couch, staring down at it and the simple sheet that separated her living quarters from her sleeping one. Back in Miami, she'd never have stepped foot anywhere near a 500-square-foot studio. Her heart raced. Logan returned to her side and asked, "Are you bothered by something, Hannah?" Wow, they were married. She needed to figure out how to deal with the pulse in her veins when she looked at him. She pushed her hair behind her ear again, which her mother would have said was a nervous habit. "I've never had a man in here. Actually, I don't have company at all. This place is not like how I grew up, or you." Another thought occurred. "I have to go email my boss at work my resignation." He winked and gave her a smile. "It's clean and tidy and better than prison. I'll be fine." "So what did you do for work?" "I answered the phone and gave people directions most of the time to the nearest lab. I hated it." She pointed to a bathroom door. "Okay, I'll get dinner started, unless you want to go to a restaurant or order in." Until a few hours ago, she wouldn't have had the money to offer that option. "If you throw out your clothes, I can get them washed and dried fast until we order your clothes. They have delivery in less than 2 hours. Thanks for ordering new clothes on your app when we walked out of the prison. I'd really prefer to use your computer than go anywhere, but a home-cooked meal would be nice. I don't want to trouble you." He didn't move and instead leaned closer to her. "Are you nervous around me, Hannah?" She sucked in her breath, overwhelmed as she met his gaze. "Slightly." He tilted his head closer and rubbed her arm, leaving a trail of goosebumps in his path. He stepped back and said, "Well, let me take that shower we discussed so I'm fresh and then we'll talk. The last thing I need is a nervous wife, even if it's temporary. So order whatever you want. I'm not picky." Perhaps he was a nice guy and she'd been wrong in her assumptions. In class, he'd clearly been the teacher's favorite years ago, which didn't prove anything. But she shouldn't assume the worst. She bit her lower lip and watched him walk to her bathroom. Before he closed the door, she called out, "Logan, yeah?" He turned toward her. If they'd met a year ago, under different circumstances, she'd have run away from him too. She'd never figured out how to face herself in the mirror when she felt lightning-fast nerves near a hot guy. Logan was king of the hot guy category. "I'm nervous because the last time I was truly attracted to a guy, he broke my heart. I don't want to feel like that again." He winked at her from the bathroom door. "Don't punish me for another man's stupidity. Promise me we'll be open tonight when we talk. I'd like to kiss you." Now her entire body was on fire at the thought. She imagined how kissing Logan would set her off course forever. She hadn't kissed anyone in 2 years and thought those days were gone. She held onto the wall behind her to keep from falling. "I don't think kissing should be part of the deal." He shrugged and found a towel in the bathroom. "Don't run away while I shower, honey." "Honey? Okay, I'll get dinner." She immediately felt a scorching heat. She sounded like a wife, but a wife would know how to touch and kiss her husband. She was lost, and she knew it. Logan closed the door, and she went into her kitchen to prepare her husband a meal, though her body rattled with confusion. He was handsome, he might have been framed, and he set her blood on fire. If he kissed her, she'd never recover. Chapter 4. Logan checked his smooth jaw in the mirror one more time. As he gazed at himself, he relaxed. He'd probably killed her small pink plastic razor, but his face at least looked clean again. He dried himself one more time and put her white towel back on the rack. She clearly only had one of everything. 1 washcloth, 1 bar of soap, 1 tube of toothpaste. She'd grown up wealthy, but Reverend Jensen had stolen her inheritance, and yet she still smiled and shared what she had. He dressed and opened the door, eager to see sweet Hannah. He shrugged into his shirt on his way down the hall to the kitchen. She stirred something in a silver pot. He walked closer to her and said, "I used all your soap." She glanced up at him, her gaze stopping at his open shirt and bare chest before she whipped her head back to whatever she stirred and said, "It's fine, we're moving, right?" He wasn't here to seduce Hannah, though the thought struck something deep in his core. He ignored the temptation and focused on his mission. He needed to raise money to ensure his mother was freed, which should cool his libido. He wandered to the living room 10 feet from her. "Dinner smells good. Something with chicken," he guessed. "Where is the laptop and the contract we talked about?" She pointed toward a small corner and a half wall that must lead to her bedroom. "The laptop is on the desk." She stopped talking, so he turned back toward her, and she hugged her waist. She still wore the white dress, but she'd slipped off her sandals. "Shoot, I forgot my pocketbook and my contract in the trunk of the car." Clearly, she was nervous. He kept his voice soft. "You look busy. Where are your keys? I'll go and get it." She held the spoon she'd stirred with to her chest and almost trembled, but then she nodded at him. "Okay, thanks. The keys are on the coffee table." He didn't blame her for being nervous. She'd just married a supposed convict, yet she trusted him with the keys to her car. He scooped up her keys and kept a relaxed demeanor. "Be right back, Hannah Bentley." Near the door, he buttoned his shirt and made his way down the stairs. It was nice to breathe free air and know he could move without guards with guns down the hall. But he also wondered how his brothers and parents were faring. Soon he'd be better able to help. He slipped outside in the cold air that nipped at his slightly damp body and shivered. He opened her trunk and found her bag, her phone, and the envelope. Tempted to open it and read the contract, he held back. Inside, he could ask questions, but as he neared the door, her phone rang in his hand. He picked up the older model phone and saw the name Jensen on the screen. Rather than answer and shout at the man for being a crook, he slid the phone into the outer pocket of her bag. He hurried up the stairs and went inside. Hannah was still in the kitchen, though, near a rice cooker. Setting her bag on the sofa, he lifted the contract and said, "Reverend Jensen just called you. Why do you have last year's phone model? I moved onto a commune to find myself and clearly made one mistake after another." Hannah turned up her nose and looked away from him. "And I don't want to talk to him." She'd gotten him out of jail, even if she had her own motives for doing so. The envelope with the contract burned his skin. How much had she been paid to marry and divorce him? "Tell me what happened to you, Hannah. Maybe I can help?" She put her spoon down and gingerly went to her bag. She checked the contents, relaxed her shoulders, and motioned for him to join her on the couch. "Maybe later. How come your last name is Bentley if you're royalty?" Life before he was even in first grade. His memories were mostly of a royal garden. Logan folded his hands as he sat beside her. "Our kingdom was Hoshkal." Her forehead wrinkled, but then she smiled at him. "I don't know where that is." He turned so that their knees touched as he motioned for her phone. She handed it to him and he opened the map, showing his country near a few war-torn countries, but north and closer to Europe. "Hoshkal means beautiful land. We're here, but our small country was annexed and the world did nothing because it lowered the oil prices for China, which in turn lowered the prices for the West, as there was less competition." Her lips turned as if she didn't care for the subject. "Interesting, but that doesn't explain your name." "Right," her question. He patted her thigh and winked. "Ah, my parents wanted us to be treated like Americans, so we took a different last name." This time she didn't flinch at his touch, so there was progress. Instead, she narrowed her eyes. "What's your real last name?" "Shapur," he answered, which means son of the king. A timer went off in the kitchen and she jumped out of her chair. He stood and watched her backside sway beneath the white dress. Hannah would be incredible to have in his bed. He kept his tone civil. "Do you need help setting up dinner?" She shook her head. "No, but in the morning we'll stop and get you a new outfit of your choice at the mall. Whatever you picked online is fine until we get to Miami." His heart thumped, and it wasn't just because of family. Hannah would be tasty, but he couldn't find out, not yet. So he changed the direction of his thoughts. It would be good to see his brothers while he looked fresh. Hopefully they were all there. "And thank you, Hannah." While she gathered dishes, he sat back down on the couch and scanned the first page of the contract. She called out, "What are you doing?" "Reading." He set the contract down. Later, he'd check to see if his passwords on his websites worked, but for now, he opened the laptop and searched Kirno Incorporated. Nothing popped up. "I've never heard of this company, Kirno Incorporated, and they have no web presence." She snapped her fingers and returned to the couch. "Can I see my phone? Here's your bag." He handed the whole thing over as he didn't want to riffle through anything. She pulled out her cell phone, clicked an app, and her shoulders relaxed. "They sent the payment for marrying you." At least Hannah had cash. He read the next page of the contract as he teased, "How much was my hand in marriage?" Her face turned red as she returned to the kitchen. $25 million for the ceremony. Wow. Springing him cost this company a fortune. Every cell in his body grew alive. Who would have that kind of money? "And you had another payment for signing, but there is a stipulation." Her face turned white as she pressed her hand to her heart. Oh my goodness, there was? He walked over and handed her the contract, pointing to a subclass under the payment section. "You're not supposed to tell me about the money or this contract." Her body crumbled, and it looked like she might faint. He reached to hold her as she said, "No, I just wanted my money back that Jensen stole from me." Stole? Jun. She hadn't shared too much about that, and his heart that he thought a steel trap instantly melted, and he hugged her. Once she could stand on her own, he let her go and asked, "How did that happen, Hannah?" She pushed her now undone hair behind her ears and took a deep breath. "My parents were successful lawyers. My brother is a constitutional lawyer who argues at the Supreme Court. I should have been smarter, Logan. Hughes, your parents knew mine. They did, but they died, and I was lost. I followed a fake minister to somehow be closer to my parents who were never religious at all. I just needed answers, and Jensen offered them when I couldn't think straight. After the con, I couldn't look at myself in the mirror and call my brother. He'd think I was still silly and stupid. So she'd made it worse from pride. He recognized the trait as he had it in himself too, so it was like looking in a mirror. Don't should yourself. It's not healthy. Tell me what happened and maybe we can figure out how to help each other." She collapsed onto the couch and he sat beside her. She took a minute to collect herself and then turned toward him. "After my parents died, I tried to find answers within myself. I was lost and felt so alone. Harry threw himself into a case that our parents had worked on before. I had nothing to do and hoped to find answers out there if I just gave back to the community through giving up my possessions and moving on to the commune. It felt right until everything went wrong. The story disconnected. He needed a clearer picture, so he knew how to help. He massaged her shoulders. That doesn't lose your inheritance." She turned to give him better access to her back, and as her shoulders shifted, she explained, "No, but Reverend Jensen seemed to have all the answers to every question I had. We met at a hotel conference for volunteer work. If only I'd stayed home. Instead, I started attending his brand of church. I moved onto his property with friends, all because at the time he gave me faith that the world might offer joy again. I've gone to church daily for years, but it was nothing like his. My things all disappeared, and at first I didn't care. But then 3 months ago, he helped himself to my debit card, and a week later I was broke. I returned to my roots as a Methodist once I moved into the studio, and found a nice place to go that doesn't ask anything from me, but I lost every dime my parents left me. Clearly, his new wife was a sweet person, and she'd been taken advantage of. This was old-school theft and could be handled. He'd talked to Roy, his lawyer brother, and his brother Dylan, who was into investigations, but going after Jensen was now on the table. He made his plan of action. So, he really did steal from you." With a sigh, she nodded. "The contract was a way to get my money back fast and not tell my brother how I'd trusted the wrong person. The only people he trusted right now was family." He stopped the massage. "What's wrong with your brother?" She turned toward him and took Logan's hands. "Nothing. Harry's the best older brother, but telling him means admitting that I'm weak and that he needs to protect me again." Sounded reasonable to Logan. At least her brother sounded reasonable because he could relate. He met her clear, dark brown gaze and leaned closer. "If someone stole from my sister, I'd destroy them." Her eyes widened. "You have a sister?" She wasn't in the news either. He gently squeezed her hands. "Hannah was a sweet, good woman. Whoever set him up had made a mistake sending her to him because if he won his wife over, then he could trust her. Part of him already did, though his rational mind said he shouldn't." He scooted closer to her and she didn't push him away. She hadn't done anything wrong and never worked a day in her life, so they couldn't arrest her. She, like you, lost access to her money. But you'll meet her tomorrow night, in Miami. We're staying in a condo her fiancé owns. She gave him a smile, her breaths coming closer together. "Sounds like she ended up okay." He slowly tugged her to his side. "She's marrying her boyfriend that I've never met, but from what I understand, he's related to family friends and comes from old money, as long as she's happy." He could feel how jumpy she was, but Hannah stayed in his arms. "I realize now being happy is more important than having answers to mysteries like death." His lips ached to claim her now. Her kiss was all his body craved. "Hannah, I'll help you get your money back from Jensen." "Okay, well thank you." She pouted her lips. Without waiting one more second, he pressed his mouth against hers and she practically exploded in his arms. Her kiss was unlike any other woman's and he wanted far more from her. "Oh wow," she said as the first kiss ended, but then she closed her eyes. He took another kiss and her arms wrapped around his neck. From her sweet taste, he knew two things. His wife was innocent from any man's touch, despite what she said about being heartbroken. And two, he wanted to claim her as his own. Chapter 5. Hannah's heart beat faster than butterflies that flew in a rose garden. Logan's hands on her back made her feel like she was in a protective bubble where everything was hot. She belonged to him, and her life was beautiful. However, that was a fantasy. She squirmed out of his embrace, took a deep breath, and pressed her lips together that still tingled and wanted more kisses. She put her hand on his chest to keep him back. "We should stop." He picked her hand off his chest and kissed her palm. "Hannah, you are a Bentley now." If he pushed her even a little, her entire world would crash. She scooted off the couch and stood. "Logan, there are things I've not said." He didn't move, but his eyes darkened with desire. "That you're a virgin?" Her face flushed. Was she transparent? Was it in her kiss? She clutched her gold cross necklace and asked, "How did you know?" He studied her but didn't move as her heart beat so hard she thought it might cave inside her chest. "I knew before I kissed you. It was probably the first time I accidentally touched you. You were either afraid of me or a virgin." As we talked more, I figured it out. Her entire body heated, and the hottest part was her face and cheeks. This wasn't good. She stepped further away. "So, before we left the prison," he rose from the couch but kept his distance. "It's okay, Hannah, to take our time. Besides, I should find out if my passwords work tonight." Right. He had his own things to do. The thought calmed her down and she returned to the kitchen to prepare their meal. "And if they do work, what's your plan?" When Logan walked into the kitchen, she was aware of his every move, though he stayed a few feet away from her, allowing her to breathe. "Once I meet up with my family tomorrow, we'll figure out something more concrete. But basically, I'm in charge of financing our plans to figure out who set us up, and that's going to start with finding out about Kirno Incorporated." She turned off the burner as the food was done and spun on her bare heels to stare at him. "But you can't know about that." She should have read the fine print. He stepped forward and her skin jolted. Hannah wanted him to grab her and kiss her, knocking the dishes to the floor in his passion. But that wouldn't be right. "I'm also going after your Reverend Jensen with everything I can and get your money back for you." Her emotions calmed and in a soft voice she asked, "You'd do that for me?" "Yes." He took another big step toward her. She reached out and brushed against his muscular arms as his dark brown eyes melted her even more. She nodded and looked away. "I'll get dinner on the table so we can eat while you check your passwords." He didn't move, but caressed her bare arms. "I need you to trust me." Most people married already trusted each other. She looked up again and the sparks she felt were almost unbearable. She swayed, but asked softly, "And you trust me fully?" He looked at her, lifting her chin to see her face. "Not fully, but I have already told you more than I intended to share." Neither one of them moved for a moment. Her heartbeat slowed down as his nearness became familiar. But then he stepped away and walked into the living area to pick up her laptop. She found dishes in the cabinet and set up her rice and chicken entree. Tonight, she'd serve a bit of a feast as she cooked all the food she had in her refrigerator. Soon she'd leave this tiny place and never return. As she placed the carrots and corn on the table, she heard what sounded like a yelp. She turned and saw Logan's dimples as he smiled. Those dimples made him even cuter. "Does that noise mean good news?" He nodded and closed the computer. "My arrest put my credentials in review, but I still have access to brokerage firm resources, including buying and selling for new accounts, even if I don't have the funds." Good. So Logan Bentley could invest and do what he promised. Would he really help her? She didn't ask. She retrieved the silverware and pointed him toward the small two-person table she had near the window. "Let's eat. How much do you need to begin helping your family?" He put her laptop back and joined her at the table. "The more I get, the faster I can grow the money." Would he consider her needs too, even though their marriage was temporary? She sat down, but realized she held the silverware. This year had taught her that she really didn't need much to survive, and she'd be fine. So, she handed him his fork, knife, and spoon, and ensured all the bowls had serving spoons. Logan made her feel aware and alive near him, and hadn't asked for anything. She pushed her shoulders back like she was confident, though her voice was soft. "If you help me get my money back and you swear you won't tell anyone about Kirno, I'll give you half of what I already have." He reached out and took her hands as snow began to fall outside, landing on the cars parked on her side street. "I have to tell my brothers about Kirno. It's the biggest clue we have. If she went broke again, then she had nothing." Her heart sped a little and she shook her head. "But then I lose all the money. I can't risk that." He gently patted the back of her hand with his palm. "You're my wife. Even if all the money disappeared tomorrow, you'll never go without again, Hannah." But would he help her? The question about using her money echoed in her heart as she admitted, "I'm conflicted." He nodded. "Trusting you is scary for me too." Her eyes narrowed. No one had ever doubted her. She was usually dependable and trustworthy, until Jensen had taken her money. How? He didn't move but stared at her. "You could be a corporate spy or an undercover foreign agent, here to mess up my plan and hurt me or my family even more. For all I know, you might be working for this Kirno and sending me on a false mission to throw my family off the trail." The image of her in a black trench coat traipsing Europe in sunglasses just made her laugh. She'd never pull off being a spy, even in make-believe. "Me? Yes." He unfolded his napkin. "Okay." Hannah had married Logan as a temporary solution, and he'd turned out to be nothing like she'd feared. Ordinarily, she'd avoid him as he was too sexy for his own good, but perhaps her innocence held her back too. Maybe she needed to have faith. "The money might disappear if they find out I told you anyway." She dropped her napkin over her lap. "Tell you what, Logan, all I want is my 100 million back, and I'll make sure no one can take it from me again. I'll give you access to my account tomorrow morning, and we'll work on our goals together." Logan's left brow arched, and he stared at her like she was an alien or something. "That's a lot of trust. Are you sure? Was she making a mistake? She needed help, and he wasn't who she thought." She had to trust someone, and Logan made her feel things she'd never felt before. She scooped rice on his plate. "Perhaps we are meant to be partners right now. I'd rather work with you than be afraid." He covered his lips as she put the chicken stew over his rice and then served him vegetables. Once she finished, he dropped his hand to rest near his plate. "Hannah, you really are an angel." No. Angels had faith without doubts. This past year taught her blind faith was a one-way ticket to poverty. She took a deep breath and served her own food. "And if you're with me when I tell my brother about Jensen, I'd appreciate it." They both ate in silence, but his small sounds of appreciation told her he approved of her cooking. She hadn't prepared a meal to share with anyone before. Hannah had hired caterers for events, and when she'd lived at home, they'd had a full-time chef. The sounds were nice. Once he finished his meal, he cleaned himself with the napkin. "Tell me about your brother, Harry." Earlier today, she'd gone to see her brother at his hotel room, though she hadn't told him about the missing money or possibly marrying Logan. Her brother had seemed so happy when she'd visited him. He'd found a woman he loved. Something strummed in her veins like a guitar string as she glanced at her husband. She put her fork down as food didn't satisfy her new hunger for Logan. "He's one of the best appellate lawyers in the country, same as my parents." Logan stood and picked up his plate and one of the dishes. Would he help Roy if he thought we were innocent? Right. She took her own finished plate and gathered more things on the table to put on the counter. Logan turned on the sink and picked up the sponge to wash everything while she put the untouched food in the refrigerator for leftovers tomorrow. But then she stopped. Her eyes widened. Leftovers meant she'd survived and she wasn't the spoiled princess of her childhood anymore. She then chose to toss the leftovers in the trash because tomorrow they were moving to Miami. She swallowed, turned back to Logan and said, "Normally he works on retainer, but of course he will help me help you. He's my brother." He rinsed the dishes. "Good, because Roy, Bo, and Dylan are my go-to brothers for helping figure out how to get your money back from Jensen while I earn enough money for all of us." His faith that he could make money like that made her relax. She closed the refrigerator and dried the plates he put in the rack. "Thanks. Glad we're working on trust, Hannah." He winked at her and handed her the last dish. She dried it and saw how he stared at her like she was dessert as he turned off the water faucet. She put the dish away and felt more tingles in her lips. "We shouldn't. It's your wedding night," he said, interrupting her as he claimed her lips in a kiss. Fireworks exploded inside her. Logan Bentley was a force of nature she couldn't explain, but she didn't want to. She'd married him. Sure, it wasn't in a church and not conventional, but she was about to give him access to everything she had already. Would his touch be worth even more? Maybe she lived in a fantasy world, but she needed to trust herself too. He tasted slightly salty and 100% real. The thought fueled her as she pulled him closer, kissing him back with more fervor. Her body ached for him. As he stopped for a second, she nodded and met his gaze. "That's true. Okay." Then he reached under her legs and picked her up, carrying her into the bedroom nook to claim his bride. Chapter 6. Logan's lips never left Hannah's as he set her down on the bed. Every cell in her body ached for his touch, but she wasn't sure how to ease the tension. No one had ever made her feel like this. Shy, yet she wanted nothing else than to be with him. He lifted his head and her tingling lips begged for more kisses as he pressed against her, each of them fully clothed. He smoothed her hair back from her forehead. "Hannah, you're beautiful." Looking at him was too much. She could hear her heartbeat bang in her chest as she lowered her lashes to avoid his intense gaze. "Logan, I'm scared." He sat straight. "We don't have to. No." The last thing she wanted was to end this. She traced his jaw with her fingers to get him to join her again. "I want you. I want our wedding night." He adjusted himself on the bed. "If you're sure." From the third floor, nobody could see inside her apartment, and the windows fogged from cold snow outside and their heat, but she still pulled the blinds closed for privacy. She kicked off her flats. "I'm yours." Without another word, she reached out, wrapped her arms around his, kissed him, and settled in his lap. His hands traced down her body, and fireworks exploded in her chest as he continued to kiss her. When he let her go, she said, "Wow." A deep laugh escaped his lips as he clasped her hips. "We haven't even begun. Take off your clothes." She loved the sound of his laugh and shimmied out of her white dress. "Like this." His eyes widened and she reached for her bra. She'd always wanted a man who could dare her, and Logan Bentley made her body sing. She slid off her panties, and instead of feeling weak, she felt powerful as Logan said, "You're perfect to me. Every part of me is on fire," she admitted. He unbuttoned his shirt and dropped it on the floor with her clothes. She trembled with anticipation. He kissed her shoulder as she sat back down in his lap. "Relax. We'll go slow, and you can tell me when to stop." He repositioned her to lie on the bed, and she followed his directions even as her body yearned for something she didn't understand. He tossed his pants and underwear off, and again she felt jittery as he came to kiss her. She pouted with uncertainty. "How do I know if I'm ready?" He deepened the pressure of his mouth against hers, and his kiss was magic. She clutched his shoulders and felt carried away. As he ended the kiss, he whispered, "We'll go one step at a time." This time, she traced his perfect body. Her eyes glazed as her skin buzzed with desire. His muscles, his dark hair, and dark eyes. Logan Bentley was perfect in every way. "Logan, you're everything a man is supposed to look like." He winked at her and kissed her forehead. "Kiss me again, that I can do." She reached up and tugged him lower. A thrill rushed through her veins while he pressed against her. His testosterone mixed with the essence of him, and a flutter grew in her heart. Logan gently caressed her most intimate parts. Do you like my touch? Yes, Logan, please. She was ready. She needed to know what being his wife was like. She needed him. He went lower, almost like he touched her core as he stared into her eyes. Good girl. Now I'm going to touch this. Wow. A spasm grew just from his touch. He kissed her cheek. Just relax. I'm only touching and nothing else. She relaxed her legs even more, and a heady ecstasy grew from her soul as he drove her wild. Her head begged to take control, but her body didn't listen. When did you learn to do this? He bent lower and kissed her lightly. Far too young and with no one that matters. His finger pressed into her secret valley, tempting her to let go and forget. But she'd never just relaxed. Tension built. She let out a moan. How do I know I matter? He adjusted her body, and she felt a pressure inside her, begging for him. He kissed her again. I've never had a wife before, Hannah. Just kiss me, Logan. In his kiss, she felt like she could abandon her mind and be swept along with the flow of passion. Absolutely. His hard length nudged her entrance as he kissed her. A crescendo grew inside her as she lost the ability to think. He stopped kissing her lips and whispered, "Now relax." How? Her body stretched and tightened. He stopped, stared at her with desire so hot it melted her reserves. Release your muscles. How? She closed her eyes as she couldn't keep them open and tried. Another wave of desire grew, and she felt him go deeper inside her. Words no longer formed, and all she could say was, How about this? His hips moved in rhythm. She almost died, but he directed her toward heaven itself. She couldn't speak and just said, You're mine, Hannah Bentley. He drove her over the edge to a shattering release. She lost the ability to do anything but feel and rejoice that Logan Bentley was her husband. Chapter 7. Hannah's bed was warm and she didn't want to move. She was cozy beneath the covers, though the spot next to her had cooled under the sheet. Logan must have woken already. She rolled to her side but otherwise didn't open her eyes. Light burned over her head and reflected in her eyelids, so she covered her face with a pillow. But then the bed beside her shifted, and she felt a strong arm on her thigh that lightly stroked her over the blanket as a deep, rich voice asked, "Are you up, Hannah?" Her husband. The word wanted to roll off the tongue. Was she a fool? It was too late to matter. She opened her eyes, threw off the cover and hugged him. "Logan, don't let me go." He smelled so manly and yummy good that she gently kissed his shoulder. He hugged her back. "We have to get going, together." Together. That sounded wonderful. She sat up and met his gaze. Right. He scooted off the bed and tugged on his pants. "We have to go meet my brothers and go to the bank." She rose quickly, hearing the urgency in his tone. He must really want to see his family, which she understood. Harry had been one of the best people she'd seen in months. He gently grabbed her wrist and shook his head. "We don't have..." What? She swallowed and realized this was about the bank and her giving him access to the money from Kirno. She looped her arms around his neck and looked up at him. He had changed her world. "I want to trust you with everything, Logan, including my heart." His face went white, but he stayed close and lowered his head. "I don't know if I'm worth that much." The last thing she'd do was push him. She let go, but waited for him to lift his face as she said, "Faith is about believing despite all intellectual thought. I used to be better at faith. I think that is what I was searching for with Reverend Jensen." "You don't have to talk about Jensen if it makes you upset." He shook his head like he didn't know what to say to her. He motioned toward the bedroom door and put his hand on her lower back. "Come, you can tell me about this foolish boy who broke your heart over breakfast." A laugh escaped her throat. Aaron was nothing like Logan and never would be. She slowed her steps, not wanting to leave yet. He wasn't my boyfriend or anything, and my heart clearly bounced back. Can we go out to a coffee shop? I want to indulge my frivolous desires this morning. Logan made a grand bow. Sure, whatever my lady wants, we'll make sure you get. Another laugh escaped her throat. She inched toward the bathroom. There is a place near the mall, and my bank has a branch there, so we won't be late to meet your brothers if we leave now. He stared at her funny, but then covered his mouth. Are you feeling okay? Last night had given her tons of energy. Yes, amazing. I'll just take a quick shower. He snapped his fingers and headed toward the living area. Can I use your computer to look up my brother's status? My phone is turned off still, but I'm hoping all of them are out of prison already. Perfect. In a few minutes, they'd head out together, as one. She'd never have to set foot in this small studio that overlooked a dreary street. Sunlight was in her future. Yay! And while she hadn't expected this, it was nice to have a husband. She smiled. Sure, and my phone should be charged, so feel free to call anyone, Logan. I'll be right out. After her shower, she chose a royal blue cotton dress that she normally wore to church and checked her image in the mirror. Her skin seemed brighter, thought that was probably her imagination. She ignored the feeling of her heart being full and focused instead on packing her one measly bag with all her worldly belongings and her mother's jewels in under 5 minutes. Done, she rolled the suitcase out into the living room and met Logan's gaze as he closed the laptop. She parked the bag. I'm ready, let's go. Your brother called. He walked toward her with her phone in hand. Harry might deflate the wind in her sails, and she didn't want that. She took the phone he offered but put it behind her back. I'll call him later, after our errands. He took her suitcase handle and she walked toward her pocketbook. I'd rather you talk to him first. Why? She fished out her keys and dropped the phone in her bag. He came beside her as she jingled her keys, wheeling her bag. If he talks you out of anything, I understand. She shrugged and opened the door for the last time in her tiny apartment that proved she could survive anywhere. Logan passed her. That won't happen. Make the call, though. I want to be sure. He lifted the suitcase to carry it down the 3 flights of stairs. Clearly, her husband was as stubborn as her brother. She shrugged, locked the door, and followed him toward the staircase. Okay, after my coffee, they reached the front step, and he held the door open for her. I don't understand. You said you loved your brother. She clicked her car alarm and unlocked the trunk. I absolutely love him. He's the best brother I could ask for. Then what? Logan put the bag in the back and closed it. She unlocked the rest of her car and hopped into the driver's seat. Harry was the perfect child, following in our parents' footsteps, and they always assumed he'd look out for me. I wasn't expected to be anything. And he has this vision of his perfect life that he's always wanted, and I never had that much of a clue. So, it's hard sometimes to be in his shadow. They drove to a local strip mall that had seen better days, but it had everything they needed in one shopping center. She parked and went into the coffee shop for her latte, while Logan followed her through the door. You're an interesting paradox, Hannah. Hannah, in line for her coffee, turned toward him. How am I a paradox? He crossed his arms as they shuffled forward. Your pride stood in the way of asking for help to the point where you married a total stranger. You still don't want to admit your mistake. Can I help you? The man behind the counter smiled his greeting. She ordered her peppermint mocha with an extra shot of espresso, no guilt. She then made her way toward the counter to wait for her latte. Logan ordered a small coffee, cream but no sugar, and a muffin. Her ears buzzed with his opinion of her. It wasn't pride, not exactly. She'd wanted a clue out of life and didn't want Harry's directions anymore. Was that pride? Her hand trembled, so she tucked in her pocket so Logan didn't see. His order was completed before hers, but he waited with her. Once it was ready, they walked to a table near the window. She asked, "You really think it's pride? That's not good." He waited until she sat down and sipped her coffee. The decadent taste made her grin. Man, had she missed these. The day I was arrested in my office in New York, I didn't want to call my family, Logan said. I didn't want them to worry, but then we all ended up in prison together. My father is in a different prison and so is my mother. It's hard not getting any information." She winced. She'd done that to her brother, her only living relative that mattered. She'd disappeared on him when he'd been the one who might understand her grief. She brushed her finger over the top of Logan's hand. "I should have asked, how are your brothers?" He took his muffin out of the paper bag. "We'll see them all this afternoon, as planned." "Good?" She leaned in and hoped for clarification. "So they are out?" "Yes." He offered her a piece of his chocolate chip muffin, and she accepted a tiny bite. After she swallowed, she washed it down with her latte, the chocolate and peppermint mixing together with the coffee. "Perfect, and so was this cup. Call your brother," Logan said. She would marry a stubborn man. Hannah reached for her purse, which she'd hung on her chair. "You won't let this go." He leaned back as she took out her phone. "No, family is all we can be sure of in this world. If Logan was this loyal to her too, then she'd have nothing to worry about." She scrolled her phone for Harry's number. "That says more about your family than you realize. But okay, I'm calling." Logan didn't say another word. Her phone didn't ring for more than 10 seconds before her brother's deep voice answered. "Hello." She glanced at the table and hoped her cheeks didn't blush. She felt a little hot as she said, "Hey, Harry." Harry immediately said, "Finally." "Sis, I read in the news you actually married Logan Bentley. What were you thinking?" "That he's innocent. We went to high school together, don't you remember?" Her shoulders slumped and she cut him off before he shared his opinion on that too. "Logan insisted I call you because he said family matters." "He's right, Harry." Her brother asked, "Do you need help?" Because she'd made a huge mistake and trusted the wrong person in her life. She tugged her free ear, knowing she deserved his disappointment. "Yes, but it's not about Logan. It's something else and I need to come clean." "I'll come and get you," Harry said in full hero mode. "No." She met Logan's gaze and lifted her chin, not in need of rescue. "Logan and I are flying to Miami later today. Maybe we can get together for dinner and talk in person. I'd rather not say what happened to me on the phone." "Are you sure you want to wait?" Harry sounded stressed. "Yes." Her brother would spend the day assuming Logan had done something to her, other than make her feel wonderful and alive. "I am fine, Harry, don't worry." She sucked in her lips and stared into Logan's dark, sexy eyes. "I'll call you when we get to Miami and then maybe you, Roxy, Logan and I can get dinner or just drinks so we can talk." "I miss you, Hannah," Harry said. Pushing him away had been a mistake. Pride wasn't a pretty attitude to have. She closed her eyes. "I miss you too, Harry. See you tonight." Once he said his goodbye, she opened her eyes and stared at Logan. He'd been right that she should call. She nodded at him and stood with her empty cup. "I'm ready to hit the bank now, and then we can go meet your family." He pressed his lips together, followed her to dispose of their trash, and then out the door. As they walked toward the bank, he said, "We have to be fast. I want to see my brothers and get going. We'll rush, I promise." She held up her hand like she swore an oath in court. Logan took her other hand and she walked beside him. Despite everything that happened, meeting Logan's family scared her. If this was temporary and they were all married for 30 days, then Logan might feel like he was in good company. But part of her wanted forever, which was silly, and another fantasy to ditch. Perhaps when she saw Caitlin and Lois again, she'd get her head on straight. They were all in this together. She wanted Logan to be open to more with her too, but she knew she shouldn't. Her feelings didn't change the facts. Logan valued his family above anything else, including her. Chapter 8. Clearly, his wife loved coffee lattes. Logan thought as Hannah ordered her third of the day when they entered the coffee shop at 2 o'clock on the nose. He didn't comment as it wasn't important other than to mark as something she enjoyed. With his name on her bank account and that much Kirno money at his disposal, he had a head start on his goals. But his skin felt prickly. This wasn't his money to touch. Hannah took the cup from the barista and walked next to him. He held her free hand as they went into the back room with a table long enough to seat all of them, though the women were strangely sitting at a second table behind them. His brothers stood immediately. Logan kept Hannah close and she shook everyone's hand as he introduced her. "Hannah, this is Oliver, the oldest and a doctor. Roy, the lawyer like your brother, Dylan, whose investigations often helped me make money. Jake, the corporate negotiator, and Bo, the cybersecurity expert. She stayed by his side and smiled at the other 5 Bentleys. Nice to meet everyone. Logan had so many questions he wasn't sure where to start. His brothers were all now clean-shaven. Their brown eyes sparkled, and they were all in new clothes. Hannah said in a whisper, "I'll be right over there with the other wives, but call me if you need me." He nodded, and she kissed his cheek. As she left, he took the empty seat and pulled it out. They all sat, and Roy, eyes wide, said, "Logan, you seem to get along with your wife. Aren't you?" He leaned closer. Logan glanced at the other women, instantly recognizing Rachel, his brother's ex-girlfriend. The rest of the women all looked well put together, though quiet with each other, like they didn't know each other either. Jake pointed toward the women Hannah had just joined. No one seemed homely or anything. Ollie married Rachel and found out he's a father. Didn't she walk out in the middle of an argument? Logan stared in the women's direction. His words sounded harsh when he'd actually always liked Rachel and respected her for putting up with Ollie all these years. His brother must have done something really stupid for Rachel to leave him, but he kept that to himself. Ollie's face went unreadable as he said, "Yeah, wow." Logan stared at his older brother, who he'd always thought too smart to get caught that way. "A father?" Jake then said, "And Roy married your wife's friend, clearly." Hannah laughed with the pretty blonde while his brother Roy sat near him and pouted. So much had happened to all of them in the last 24 hours. Logan simply nodded. "I see." Jake gestured toward another blonde woman. "Dylan's wife wants a baby in exchange for her hand in marriage, which wasn't in the contract." His brother Dylan quickly pointed to a cute brunette with red highlights. "Jake's wife hasn't spoken to him yet, and Bo's wife is opinionated and hasn't shut up." The memory of Hannah's lips remained on his own, and he wanted more kisses. He didn't share his thoughts as he gazed at his new wife. "Guess I'm lucky then. We took calculus in high school together, though I hadn't seen her in years." Either way, Hannah told me about Kirno Incorporated and Reverend Jensen. The entire table quieted, and all his brothers stared at him. Jake spoke first. "You could always charm any woman, Logan." Dylan leaned forward, his expression that of a drill sergeant. "Who are Kirno and Jensen?" Dylan and Roy were the best at figuring out more than what was on the surface. Logan kept his voice low in case they didn't want the wives to all hear, plus he needed to protect Hannah. "Jensen was some reverend who gathered the women to marry us, and Kirno Incorporated is the company that paid them. Hannah could lose serious cash for telling me the truth, so until I replace it, I need this to stay at the table." Dylan and Roy shared a look, and then Roy asked immediately, "Paid? Who are they?" "They have no web presence," Logan explained. "I have access to my brokerage, and I've already started work on funding." "You are a wizard with financing," Ollie said. "I'll find out about Kirno Incorporated." Dylan's serious tone left no room for doubt. He usually teased his younger brother to lighten up, but not today. Logan sat back, crossed his arms, and met the gaze of every one of his brothers. "I figured you would. I want to deal more directly with this Reverend Jensen." "Why?" Ollie took the fatherly role while they worked to save their actual father. Logan needed to be sure. "He is a part of the scheme and stole a lot of money from my wife. I promised to help her get it back." And Roy, Hannah's brother, is a lawyer named Harrison Hughes. Roy sat straighter. "He's the best appellate lawyer in the country. His deposition against Apple is legendary. In the deposition, he destroyed a witness and made the judges all desire ice cream at the same time, with the comparison he made to his client's actions and chocolate chip ice cream. Perhaps that was why Hannah had so much pride about not asking for her brother's help. He'd judge for himself after meeting Harry. So Hannah says, "I'm meeting him for drinks tonight. If you get a new phone, I'd like to share your contact with him." "Absolutely," Roy said. Ollie then asked, "You really are getting along with your wife?" She was the sweetest woman he'd ever met. His brothers needed to see for themselves. He stood and called, "Hannah, come over here for a minute." She left her blonde friend, pushed her hair behind her ears, and walked over to him as she said, Yes, Logan? He wrapped his arms around her waist so they were nose to nose. My brothers are surprised we're getting along. She patted his chest. Why? She looked to his brothers and smiled. Logan's very nice. Bo, the youngest, burst into laughter. Nice isn't a word for my shark of a brother, but we wanted to offer our deepest sympathies now. Hannah turned toward the table. For what? Bo joked. For dealing with our brother. Stop. Logan's face heated at being teased. All that mattered was getting their parents out of jail and finding Reverend Jensen. The door to the coffee shop opened and everyone stopped, like they were about to be caught plotting a crime. Hannah pushed closer to him. In walked his beautiful baby sister and a man he assumed was Navad, by how he held Elle's hand. Logan broke the silence and told Hannah, "This is Elle and her fiancé. I didn't know they were coming. I'd like you with me right now, rather than the other table." Navid shook hands with Ollie and the two talked. Hannah asked, "Why?" Logan whispered back as they walked over to shake Navid's hand. "Because if the guy isn't worth my sister, I might need you to remind me that the police have me on a short leash." Logan shook Navid's hand and noticed the strong grip. Elle grinned and told the group, "Everyone, this is Navid. We're here to help." Elle met Hannah's gaze and clearly the two women sized each other up. As Logan returned to his seat, still holding Hannah's hand, Navid spoke. "Elle said you need a place to stay. I have a building with multiple vacant condos on the top floors, so you can all be together. We're flying home on my plane, all of us." Elle hooked her arm through Navid's. 7, we're staying too. Navid nodded toward Elle. 7 condos, where we'll be separated by floor. 8, once your parents get out. I could give you the bail money today if it makes it easier. Oliver quickly answered. Our father wouldn't want you to do that. Give us 48 hours, but we'll consider your money a backup plan. With our foreign ties and investment, it's extremely high due to the flight risks and it's too much to ask. I won't push, but the offer is there. Navid gave a curt nod. I hope this works in the short term while we figure out how to help them. Elle held her fiancé's hand but turned toward the rest of them. See, I told you, Navid is great. Jake was the first of the brothers to speak. As long as you're happy. Elle stood next to Navid, scanning the other table before nodding at Hannah. And out of all you, Logan is the only one holding his girl's hand. But I do see Rachel, so there is some good news. Logan should have introduced them right from the beginning. They joined Elle before she took her seat. Elle, this is Hannah. Elle opened her arms wide. Come, we're hugging as we're sisters now. Hannah hugged until Elle ended the greeting with a welcoming smile. Logan then led them back to his seats. Elle scooted her chair in with a sniff. The rest of my brothers all need manners, it seems. Women don't go sit in a corner by themselves, especially Rachel, who we already love. Hannah whispered in his ear so his sister didn't hear them. Logan, not everyone is happy. I was over there making friends to try and find some peace in this situation. Good. He wasn't surprised. Hannah's entire nature was sweet. She stood and indicated she'd return to the other table. It's the least I could do. Your family seems nice. I will get back what Jensen took from you. I believe you. She kissed his cheek. His face felt hot, and he knew his brothers were staring, but he ignored them. Good, Navid said. I'm good with computers and my fists if need be. But anyway, I can help. Elle's family is my family, and I have the funds to move things along. Hannah returned to the table where the other wives sat huddled together. Logan scooted forward. I don't like taking people's money. Whatever we use from you, I'll ensure you get back. Navid nodded. Elle tells me you're the financial guru of the family. Glad the first could help. If he was going to be friendly with Elle's fiancé, then they needed ground rules. Logan didn't blink as he stared across the table. Treat my sister right. Elle mentioned you were trained as an assassin or something, but if you hurt her, I will find a way to kill you. Navid didn't even blink. Elle and my daughter Margot are my life. I would never harm them. Good. At least Elle wasn't marrying a wimpy guy like her last boyfriend who couldn't talk in front of them. Logan kept his temper, stared at the new man and said, Then we understand each other. Perfectly. Naveed answered in a cool way that let them all know he wasn't intimidated by the room full of men just as big as he was. Logan respected that. He turned toward his sister and couldn't say he approved of Naveed, so he changed the topic. Elle, my wife needs some clothes. I've seen her closet is lacking, and I'd like to take her out tonight. Elle smiled like she'd been asked to host a gala like their mother had thrown once a month. I'll send some clothes over today. Elle turned toward the table of women just behind them and said, Logan always dated pretty but vain women, Hannah. I'm happy to help the first woman in his life I might be friends with in the future. Thanks, Elle. Hannah smiled from her chair by the blonde married to Roy. Once they left DC and headed toward Miami, their lives would be combined temporarily. Hannah needed to be happy while he found her cash. Half an hour later, they'd formed a plan and Naveed alerted them that the limos were waiting outside. Logan walked with Hannah toward the cars. Thanks for being good to my family today. Hannah squeezed his arm. Not a problem. Caitlin is my friend and neighbor. Lois and I have been getting to know each other for a few months. We were all on Jensen's commune and left together. On the plane, if it's okay, I'll talk to a few of the other wives. Most seem uncomfortable, though everyone's agreed to live in Miami. He lifted her hand and kissed the back of it as they headed out into the bitter cold afternoon one more time. You're my angel. Tonight, before dinner, you and I will spend some time alone together and relax. Sounds good. She slipped into the limo with him. Before prison, he'd been headstrong and vain about a lot of things. Now, with Hannah, he felt different. He couldn't put his finger on it, but being with her was far more than just charming her into bed. Hannah was a good person, and she made him feel like he was a better man. Chapter 9. Hannah walked around the 27th floor condo overlooking the beach below that let light in through panes of tempered glass. The smallest bedroom was the size of her studio in DC. Whoever had staged the condo for them had good taste, even if it was mostly black and white fixtures. One day she'd be like her mother and ensure her own home was a showpiece where guests might come and feel welcome. But for now, she was grateful to whoever decorated. In the office near the front door with the door open, Logan sat before his computer, assumably working on that numbers, but the program seemed foreign to her. She knocked even though the door was open and waited until Logan looked up. When he finally did, she walked in. Logan, what did you and your brothers plan about Reverend Jensen? Logan stood and leaned against his desk, giving her his full attention. Right now, we're investigating him. Once we have a dossier of information to use against your reverend, we'll act. Good. If they showed their hand too fast, whatever money she had in the bank might disappear. Kirno had a clause to get their money back in the contract, and being poor, again, made her blood chill. She sucked in her breath. What if the money disappears? Logan brushed her arms with the back of his hands, and she felt warmth from his body when he kissed her forehead. Don't stress over this, Hannah. I promise I'm good with financing. Relax and I'll get everything squared away for both of us to meet our goals. She believed him, as if she'd stayed in touch with Logan for those years that passed between the one class in high school, though in reality she barely remembered. She sighed. I wish there was more I could do to help your parents. He let her go but stayed close. Telling us about Kirno Incorporated helped. I swear it. The doorbell rang, interrupting her stream of worry. Logan's eyes gleamed like he was excited to get back to work. I'll get it. Work. He nodded and returned to his computer and that program with numbers that changed in a blink of an eye. Security had brought up a large box which she signed for and opened. Clothes. The House of Morgan suits and dresses were on top of the Valentino dress. She took the package back to Logan's office and showed him what had arrived. The dress is from your sister. She sent men's clothes too. This time he stood from his desk and closed his laptop, carrying it with him. Good, I asked her to help me with my wardrobe. Pick one out so we can go meet your brother. He chose a black suit and a few smaller items and set them aside. She stared at the 7 options she had for dresses and sucked in her lips, ignoring the bright red dress that would show off her figure the best. I'm not used to taking handouts. Logan placed his hand on her lower back and motioned for her to go with him to the living room while he carried his laptop. That we have in common, Hannah. Relying on Elle and her boyfriend right now feels wrong, but I have to swallow my pride to ensure my parents are free. Right. She sat on the couch and patted the cushion next to her. He put the brand new laptop on the table behind his seat and then joined her, picking up one of her feet to rub. She swallowed as he massaged her arch and tried to keep her head on straight. His touch was electric. I read the newspaper accounts last night. What happened to you exactly? And what are the charges from your perspective? He continued working and applied pressure that made her weak and tingly. You know the key points. Wherever he'd learned about massage, she was thankful. She wanted to help him too, so she quietly said, I don't know how it affected you. I'd like to talk about it. His gaze narrowed, and he gently switched feet. Why? The last thing she needed was to only receive. She reached forward on the couch and took his hand off her foot and squeezed it. Because I want to really know my husband and how he ticks. A light chuckle escaped his throat, but he met her gaze and held her hand. That sounds strange to me, though I'm glad we're getting along. She put her legs down and scooted closer to him. Perfect. So let's sit in this nice living room and talk. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. You want to know about my life before I was arrested? She stared at his profile and realized he could be a model for one of those paintings about the gods, or even a modern-day superhero. Her heart picked up its pace. Yes, absolutely. He motioned with his chin with an off-centered nod and then said, I was always a good son. My older brother Ollie, he's amazing and sharp and witty and perfect. But she interrupted as she couldn't wait for the next part. He smiled a little. But he is high-strung and can be overbearing. So I always tried to be down to earth, which in a royal family can be hard. The fact that he was born in a palace topped the nice mansion and beach houses she'd grown up in. She pressed her thigh closer to his. I can't even imagine. So the day you were arrested, did you call your mother and father? He paused as if to relive that day in his head. Then he met her gaze and took a deep breath. I didn't call anyone. I thought it was just me. I was leaving my office at work to go get a quick sandwich from my favorite street vendor in Manhattan, and before I made it out of the building, a swarm of FBI agents descended, reading me my rights and escorting me to jail. It was surreal. Surreal was a dream, and this was his reality. She pressed herself closer to him, so he felt her support. And you thought. He pressed his lips together like whatever he remembered stung like a bee. At first, he didn't say a word, but finally he broke his silence. I didn't feel anything but panicked that my mother might. His closed laptop dinged. The program must still be running. He let her go and reached for the laptop, opening it as he said, Hold on. She hugged her waist and prayed this wasn't bad news as she stared at his unreadable numbers program that flashed too fast. What's going on? He winked at her. Nothing. My accounts are increasing. Good. Tension escaped her body. He closed the computer and returned to her side. His mouth neared hers as he asked, Where were we? Her lips tingled for that kiss of his, but she needed more of Logan too. She swallowed, sat back, and said, You were worried about your mother. He snapped his fingers. Ah, I didn't want to call home and hear the disappointment in my mother's voice like I had done something wrong. But then, he shrugged. When I saw my brothers that night after being processed, I was crushed. Why? If her mother was still alive, she'd do anything to help. His words felt like ice shards that poked into her skin. Because Oliver told us that they'd arrested Mom at the hospital after her cancer treatment. Your mother has cancer? Her mind raced. Whoever had done to his family was very cruel. Her blood boiled with the need to help him find the monster who would hurt his mother. If her own mother was in his mother's place, nothing would stop her. Her spine began to harden. Logan patted her hand. Yes, which is why it's important we get her out and get her care. She was never strong. I can't imagine her in there even now. Strength came in all forms. Maybe his mother wasn't a dragon attorney in the courtroom like hers had been. And maybe Hannah wasn't the superstar best daughter or sister. But she was sure his mother was stronger than Logan feared. Hannah Hughes was stronger than everyone assumed, though it had taken a catastrophe for her to know that about herself. "We should get going or we will be late for drinks with your brother." The red dress would show Harry and the world that she wasn't the same as before and that she'd changed. She was a survivor and had nothing to be ashamed of. The dress was a perfect start. She grabbed it and motioned she'd go and change. "We'll talk to my brother about helping on her case too. Roy has his law firm still," Logan added. "Even though he was arrested? He can't practice until he's cleared by the bar." "My brother certainly can. I'm sure he'll help." Logan's mother had once been a queen and had been banished to prison. She went to their room and Logan followed. In the bathroom, she brought the red dress down her body. She quickly glanced at herself in the mirror with pleased surprise. This dress fit like a glove, and honestly, she never wore red. It looked good on her skin. Hannah left the bathroom and saw a half-naked Logan as he fit his white shirt around his shoulders and put his hands in the sleeves before he buttoned it over his chest. He stole her breath away, and she looked her fill. Finished, he looked up. "We'll work on this together. My mother needs to be out on bail." "I understand, Logan. I would have done anything to save my mom from suffering." He stopped moving and his brown eyes widened. "I'm sorry your parents died last year." At least he hadn't gotten lost in his grief like she'd been. She felt goosebumps on her arms and drew closer to him like he was the sun in the sky. "The airplane crash changed everything. I can't even explain. I was so lost, Logan. I feel like I am coming out of a blur these past few months where I finally can start living." He opened his arms for her. "Come here, Hannah, I won't hurt you." She walked right into his strong embrace and held him tight. "I know, I trust you." He kissed her cheek. "Then I'll try to be the man worthy of that." She glanced up to meet his gaze. "You already are, Logan." Chapter 10. Hannah blamed the red heels for the swing in her step as they entered the restaurant to meet her brother. The restaurant overlooked Biscayne Bay, and unlike in Washington the 600th, no one bothered to wear a winter coat or heavy boots. Outside on the beach, palm trees swayed. Inside, men wore suits and ties while the women were in fancy dresses with designer shoes. Candlelight dimmed the interior, and low laughter suggested a pleasant evening. This had been her mother's favorite restaurant. She spotted her brother at a table near the window with a view of the beach, and she held Logan's arm as they made their way over. Her brother and Roxy, his fiancée, stood. Hannah noticed Logan held his breath, but he didn't falter next to her. "Harry, this is Logan Bentley." "Logan, this is my brother, Harrison Hughes, and his fiancée, Roxanne Hawke." Logan shook her brother's hand and met his hard stare. "Harrison?" Her brother didn't blink. "Harry is fine as long as you're making my sister happy." Logan pulled out a seat for her as he said, "I don't deserve Hannah." "You don't." Harry agreed when they all sat down. Hannah's heart beat fast. Her brother had his light brown hair cut slightly shorter now that he was back, and he had their father's thin lips when deciding on something, but he looked well. He and Roxanne, a dark blonde with brown eyes, made a cute couple. She put her hand on Logan's arm. He sat next to her but leaned closer to her brother. "Be nice, Harry. I married Logan." Harry sat back in his chair with a slight pout on his lips that she remembered from the few times in his life he hadn't won a competition. "That's why we're here." The waitress walked over to them and Harry said, "Let's get a bottle. Merlot, okay?" As Harry ordered, Logan put his napkin on his lap and nodded at her brother's fiancée. "Nice to see you again, Roxy." Hannah realized that she didn't know much about Logan, really. She looked across the table. "You two know each other?" Roxy nodded first, though a small blush blossomed on her cheeks. "We went to college together. It's a small world." Logan's phone beeped, and his face went white when he looked at it. He scooted his chair back and met her gaze. "Can you excuse me for a moment?" "What's wrong, Logan?" Hannah prayed under her breath that it wasn't bad news. He stood, though his eyes were black as night. "My accounts aren't clearing. I need to fix whatever is stopping my buys." Fair. This was more important than dinner. He was also somehow intending to get her money back for her. Do you need a computer? He shook his head. I can handle things on my phone. Order me chicken of some kind? I'll be right back. Good luck. She let his hand go. The waitress came, and she ordered chicken piccata for Logan since she wasn't sure what type of chicken he wanted. But she doubted lemon butter and wine sauce was something he'd had in prison. After they'd all ordered, Hannah turned to the pretty blonde sitting next to her brother. You knew Logan in college, Roxanne. Roxy. The other woman quickly corrected her as she picked up her wine glass. Once she had a sip, she put it down and told Hannah, every girl in my sorority had a crush on his older brother, Ollie, including me. She laughed, brushing the long-ago crush off, but Harry's face darkened. Logan was the more serious Bentley, and he dated the quiet, studious girls. I think he took our valedictorian, Lisa Gardiner, to prom. Was her brother jealous? Hannah needed to redirect his energy. Logan is very worried about his mother. Her brother picked up the stem of his glass. The charges against him and his family are serious. She waited as he sipped his red wine, and as he swallowed, she said a small prayer. Can you help them, especially his mother? She has cancer and they arrested her after a treatment. I understand. He put his glass down and leaned closer to her, taking her hand. While in prison, they have to continue giving her care. That was something positive, at least, but the images of her mother suffering like that replayed in her mind over and over again. She needed Harry to understand as she squeezed his hand. The Bentleys were Mom and Dad's clients. Can you help? Her brother took another drink, his defenses rising. When he spoke next, he sounded more like their father. Do you love Logan, or is he your newest cause, sis? An arrow pierced through her heart. Her brother didn't need to channel their father and cross-examine her. She whispered, I think I do love him, but please don't tell him. Not yet. Her brother's eyes went wide. Why not? None of this was her brother's business. She sucked in her bottom lip and hoped she kept this level. Because it's too soon and I need to be sure. Harrison's gaze softened. And smart. He reached for her hand. Hannah, don't get hurt. Now that was the Harry she missed. She nodded and bowed her head. Will you help Logan's family? Yes, of course. She straightened in relief as he added, You're my sister. Thank you. She drew her hand back. Her spine tingled warmly, and she knew Logan was behind her. A second later, he'd arrived at his seat and she glanced up at him. Hopefully, he hadn't heard that conversation, at least the part about love. Logan, did you fix the trading issue? He fixed the napkin on his lap again as he sat. Someone is on the outside trying to block my trades, but I fixed it, for now. Good. Maybe he could have dinner in peace. She sipped the red wine, and it went right to her head. She put the glass down as she hadn't had anything alcoholic in over a year. Giving up alcohol was supposed to help her get in touch with her soul, but now she realized that giving up every small joy in life wasn't really living either. Logan looked from Harry to her. Were you discussing Reverend Jensen and your 100 million? Her brother's hands folded in his lap as his gaze narrowed. No, she wasn't. What happened to my sister's money? Drat. Part of her shriveled inside, but she stayed near Logan. She needed to tell the truth. She sipped her wine for the second time, swallowed, and briefly closed her eyes. The Reverend stole my debit card and is claiming I gave it to him along with the pin. Her brother twisted his head like a flamingo as he turned toward her again. Are you broke? Logan placed his hand on the back of her seat. We're fine. My wife, your sister, has everything she needs. Harry stared at her, and she assumed he wondered why she hadn't told him. Heat raced up her spine and face. Where are you living? Her heart thumped. She pushed her hair behind her ear and strove for calm. The Porsche building in Sunny Isles. We moved in today, Logan added. I have my brothers Roy and Dylan gathering everything we know about Reverend Jensen before we serve him with any legal action. We should have everything tomorrow morning. Harry again reminded her of a bird with a long neck as he said, I will handle my sister's case. She was my responsibility. Nobody steals from my family. Logan handed her brother a business card that she had no idea he had. Roy is expecting your call. You can work on this together if you wish. Harry nodded once. Absolutely. No one said anything. Hannah sipped her wine again, feeling regret for not telling Harry sooner. A server came to the table with a huge tray of food. Roxy stated the obvious, breaking the silence. "Dinner is here." Logan's phone beeped. He looked at the screen and his face drained of all color. Hannah waited for the server to finish putting their plates on the table before she asked in a soft voice, "Logan, are you okay?" He met her gaze. "Someone is working around my temporary fix. I need to get to a computer soon, but we have time to finish our meal." Oh no. They both had too much riding on his skills to lose access. She tried to quiet her ragged nerves. Harry offered, "Logan, if there is anything else we can do for your mother especially, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm going to do some research on her medical treatment while in prison after dinner tonight." Logan's jaw clenched with emotion. "Please let us know anything you find." "I will," Harry said. They ate their meal a little faster than normal, feeling the urge to get back to the condo. She hardly touched any more alcohol and sipped water instead between bites. When they finished, Harry took the bill immediately without even asking at the table. Logan's body stiffened while her brother signed the credit card slip. "Thank you." He pushed his chair back. "Hannah, are you ready?" He held her chair for her as she rose and then said, "Goodbye, Harry and Roxy." Right. Time was of the essence and Logan needed to work. But she walked over to her brother, who stood and opened her arms for a hug. "See you soon, Harry. I should have called you months ago." Her brother hugged her back and said, "You should have. I love you, Hannah." Her heart felt like it tore in half. Her brother was one of the best men she'd ever known, and that wasn't sibling bias. As the hug ended, she cupped his face. He had some of their father's features in his profile. "Good, because I love you too, Harry." She let him go and turned toward his fiancé. "And Roxy? Yeah?" The pretty blonde stood with a questioning look. They didn't need to be like the men and possessive. Hannah smiled at her and shook her hand. "Thanks for looking out for my brother." Roxy hugged her quickly. "Have fun with Logan. He turned out to be hotter than I would have imagined from back in school." Agreed, but in high school, and most of her life, she'd been blind to really see or appreciate the hotness of men. Logan was the sexiest one she'd ever met, and somehow they were married without all of the awkwardness of dating. Hannah laughed. "I will, thanks." Logan put his hand on her lower back as they walked out of the restaurant together. Outside, paparazzi clearly caught them unaware as they rushed toward a waiting limo. Lights flashed in her eyes. Once they cleared Logan's name, no one would care about them anymore. They thought he was a thief, a man without honor, and they were so wrong. In fact, she took on his mission to clear his family's name as her own. She was no longer just going to sit there and wait. If she wanted to be happy with Logan, then she needed to use her brains for once and help him figure out who set him and his family up. The limo pulled away, and she sat closer to him, happy to have her new plan. Chapter 11. Hannah Hughes, now Bentley, grew up in a house where questions and logic mattered more than feelings. She'd been trained from birth to figure out logically a timeline of events and calculate from the logistics where the defenses and offenses occurred. She might have preferred creative writing over realism, but she had been well trained. The first thing she needed to do to help Logan was uncover the timeline that got them all out of jail. From there, they could pin more on Jensen and possibly discover his connections. She knocked on the office door where Logan was hard at work doing some financial things she didn't understand, but from his red face, she knew he was angry. She leaned against the door. "What's going on?" He glanced up from the screen and his face almost became a normal color as he took a deep breath. "Someone tried to build security measures to prevent my sales and purchases. Whoever ran Kirno had money, enough to hire the best techies out there." She crossed her arms. "So, you're fighting a computer programmer?" "Yeah." He nodded at the same time someone knocked at the condo door. Logan stood and came closer to her. He smelled like testosterone mixed with his new almond-scented bathwash. She placed her hand on his strong arm to stop him and said, "Let me help you." His hand settled at her hip. "Can you get the door? It's probably Beau." I texted him about this to help as he ran a cybersecurity business. I'll get coffee started, but you can send him right in here. They were a team. She looked up, puckered her lips, and he claimed them in a fast kiss. Okay, if there is something else I can do. A loud knock echoed. Logan let her go and said, "Once I get Beau caught up, we'll come in the kitchen to get the coffee and say hello." She spun on her heels and headed toward the door. Logan's work was out of her league, but there had to be something else she could do. She was good at talking with people, putting them at ease. Hannah realized that she needed to interview all the wives and find out what everyone knew. She'd make the timeline and discuss it with him later. "If you don't mind, I'm going to go talk to Beau's wife and invite her down." Logan shrugged as he found the pods for his coffee. "That's fine." She opened the door and directed Beau inside the office. As Logan passed her, he traced her arms and winked at her. A thrill rushed through her. Yes, she'd help him however she could. Hannah picked up the house phone and called upstairs. She'd get cell phone information from everyone tomorrow. Beau's wife, Sarah Sawyer, answered on the second ring. After hellos, Hannah said, "Sarah, I'd like for you to come downstairs and talk. We can have a cup of coffee and tiramisu." With a sigh like she was annoyed, she said, "Fine, be right there." Clearly, Hannah needed to work the hardest with Sarah. She dug out the tiramisu and poured 4 cups of coffee, delivering 2 into the office. Logan smiled at her as she handed them their cups, but she couldn't linger. She heard a light knock. She shut the office door as she was sure Beau and Sarah weren't exactly getting along, and trekked to the front. She waved Sarah inside. "Our husbands are working hard." They walked toward the kitchen table where she had prepared the cake for them to share. Sarah had her hand on her hips, radiating suspicion. "Did my uncle set you up like the rest of us, or were you and Logan a love match like Rachel and Oliver?" "What?" Hannah quickly guessed that she must mean Reverend Jensen. She cut the cake and put a slice in front of Sarah, intending to ask more direct questions. Sarah crossed her arms and stared at her. "I wondered about you, though. Caitlin said there was no way you and Logan were a love match." Lois agreed, "But to me you seem like you like him." Caitlin and Harry had almost married after college, until Caitlin left her brother and went with Hannah to follow Reverend Jensen. Hannah sipped her coffee and decided the truth was best. "Caitlin was once engaged to my brother, so we've known each other a long time." Sarah uncrossed her arms and relented enough to pick up her fork. She didn't mention that part. Getting to know the wives was going to take some work. Logan was supposed to be temporary, but now she wasn't so sure. She lifted her fork. There was a separation. Caitlin wasn't happy and she was my friend, and I wanted my brother to end up happy, which he is now. She stilled with the dessert near her lips and said, "I was hoping we could be friends, as it seems Logan and his brothers are all innocent." Sarah stopped eating her cake and just stared at her like she was a strange animal at the zoo she couldn't identify. "You believe that?" "Yes." Hannah lifted her chin. It was best if they were all on the same page. Right now, the Bentleys had enough enemies. Sarah tapped her fingers on the wood table. "If you're right, then my uncle put himself in a lot of trouble." Good. It was time to dig for details that might help Logan. She stirred cream into her coffee cup. "Your uncle? Reverend Jensen." Sarah said his name with such a sigh of derision. Hannah couldn't miss it. Hannah kept her voice low, so she didn't spook Sarah or make her defensive. "Sarah, I didn't know that." Sarah picked up her coffee, sipped it, and put the cup in the saucer so hard it sloshed over the side. "How is it that you are getting along so well with your husband then? Mine thinks he's so much better than me. He's infuriating." Perhaps they needed to start at basics. Hannah attempted humor. "And cute. Your husband is very cute." Sarah made another sigh that wasn't exactly in agreement. "If you like muscles and a man in a suit, sure. But that's for vain women who simply want to parade around in society." Hannah looked past Sarah's anger. She pressed her lips together, stared at the dark-haired, brown-eyed siren despite her hair down and slightly wild, and finally said, My husband is quite handsome too. Did you know that they were all once royalty? Sarah rolled her eyes. I should have guessed. He's spoiled like a prince. Perhaps that was the main divide between Sarah and Beau, class. Hannah never wanted for money until Jensen took hers. She drank her coffee and got back to asking questions. Do you know why Reverend Jensen, your uncle, chose us to marry the brothers? Sarah ate a few bites of her cake. My sister set me up to marry Beau, as my parents wouldn't let her marry if I wasn't already engaged. So I gave them enough rope to tie around my neck in one angry, reckless moment. Something was left unsaid. Hannah's ears burned. Your parents believe in things like Reverend Jensen's commune and church? Life was strict out in the woods with no electricity and winter coming. It wasn't fun as a kid. Sarah gulped her coffee and closed her eyes. My parents are not like Uncle, as he takes money for his beliefs and counsels grieving women to steal their cash. I certainly never thought my parents would force me to marry. Unlike you, I didn't just disappear from the commune and run toward civilization. It was my dream to live in a city. But this is purgatory, being married to that man. Logan made her feel good about herself, and she was too alive right now to go back to her shell. Hannah sipped her coffee, glanced at her cup and asked, "How much did your uncle pay you?" Sarah's eyes widened in surprise. Pay me? I had two choices. Either I married Beau Bentley in prison, or my parents prosecuted me and sent me to prison on my own. Elle flinched. Either your parents took cash for your hand, or not every wife was paid. Something else to figure out in this complicated mess. Sarah ate her cake and Hannah let her finish. What did you do? Sarah released a small laugh. I scared off my sister's last boyfriend by destroying his car and motorhome. Snot-nosed brat that he was pretended to be better than us. She leaned forward. Were you paid to marry Logan? Yeah, Hannah answered, because it was the truth even if the contract said not to mention it. The hair on the back of her neck stood, though she tried to ignore the sensation. Surely that clause was for her husband and his family, not the other wives. Sarah shook her head like she was putting the puzzle together. My parents probably were paid too. I bet the money went to throw my sister some fancy wedding to the guy with a house on wheels. Hannah needed to find clues from everyone to help paint a clear picture for Logan and his family to follow the trail. I am curious how your uncle found us all. Sarah shrugged. I don't know. I can help you ask around. I don't trust him. If she went with Sarah and perhaps recruited Caitlin, the others might talk to her. The door to the office opened. Hannah said, "Seems like our husbands are done." Sarah made a face as if she wanted to avoid Beau. She jumped out of her seat, wiped her mouth with her napkin and said, "Good night then, we'll talk tomorrow." Sounds good. Hannah walked her toward the door. Sarah escaped as fast she could. As Hannah closed the door and turned, Logan left the office with his brother as they said goodbye. Sarah had flown out of the condo like she'd known Beau was on her tail. The two would literally miss each other in the elevator by 1 minute. Hannah kept a smile on her face and the men joined her near the door. Beau wished her good night and she nodded goodbye. The moment they were alone, Logan walked into the kitchen and put the cups in the dishwasher. He then picked up the empty cups from the small dining table. "Hannah, come here." "Yes, Logan?" She put the rest of the cake back in the refrigerator. Before she could join him, his arms wrapped around her. The sparks she felt flew from every cell in her body as he leaned closer and kissed her neck. "I want you." She lifted her chin and his lips claimed hers. Parts of her bloomed alive. As he ended the kiss, she held him tight. Wow! A laugh escaped his throat as he took her hands, leading her toward the bedroom. "Not yet, honey. We have all night to make you say that." Logan made her feel, and she'd been so cold before meeting him. Tonight and every night was a new beginning for both of them. She'd find out what she could for him, but for now, she let the thrill of being with him rush through her. Chapter 12. Hannah woke up and saw the bright sunshine out her window, though the place beside her in the bed was now empty. She reached over and still felt some heat from where Logan slept. He couldn't have been gone too long, though. She stood, dressed, and went down the hall to find him. Immediately, she saw the office door open. She stood at the threshold and watched Logan as he seemed to be calculating money. She waited until he stopped punching numbers and went in. When it looked like he was done with one task, she placed her hand on his shoulder. "How is the market going?" Logan exuded cautious satisfaction. "I should have the outlandish bail for my mother's release by the end of the day. I need to make sure Roy has all the paperwork." What a relief. She nodded, though, as she looked at his work. She didn't understand anything on the screen. "Good, and Jensen? I'll call on the dossier too." Logan briefly took her hand. She stayed near him as his computer beeped and he clicked a few buttons. "So basically you're at your computer all day?" "Yes." He gave her a pitiful, sorry look. She kissed his cheek and remembered her plan to help him clear his family from all suspicion. "Roy is probably busy too, and he married Caitlin. Did I tell you she was once engaged to Harry?" He punched more numbers into a calculator and didn't look at her. "No, but that explains how you knew each other. I meant to ask." She pushed her hair behind her ears and prayed she was on the right track. "I'd like to go upstairs and visit her while you work." He glanced at her again. "Have fun, Hannah, and come home so we can eat lunch. I'll order us something." Her heart warmed in her chest. If he wanted to see her, then he liked her at least a little. She checked the time, after 10, and walked toward the door. Sounds perfect. Before she went upstairs, she texted her new partner in Befriending the Wives and said, "Sarah, I'm going to visit Caitlin right now." Sarah texted right back, "I'm on my way too. We can talk to Rachel together this afternoon. I think she's the most different, so I'm curious about her." Rachel and Oliver already had a child together, so Sarah was right that she was the most different. And if Rachel had once loved Oliver, it might make her the best or worst ally. Either way, Hannah needed to see her too. Sounds good. 2 minutes later, she waited outside the upstairs condo. The elevator dinged and opened behind her, so Hannah turned and saw that Sarah had joined her in the hall. Hannah knocked on the door. Her old friend, dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, answered with a wide smile. Hannah hugged her. "Hey, Caitlin." "Hannah, it's good to see you." Caitlin hugged her back. Then she waved her and Sarah into the condo. The layout was the same, though the furnishings were different. Caitlin and Roy had oriental and blue surroundings. Her friend walked to the kitchen and pulled a pitcher of lemonade from the fridge and poured 3 glasses. Hannah followed her in and helped herself as she asked, "Caitlin, you look reserved. How are things with Roy?" Caitlin sipped her lemonade and handed the 3rd glass to Sarah. "Roy's on a call with your brother." "Harry?" Hannah pressed her lips together in thought. Her friend had broken her brother's heart, and it had taken him a year to find a new girlfriend. Roxy and Harry seemed solid. "I set that up last night when we saw Harrison for dinner. I hope the brothers get their mother out of prison next. I can't imagine my own mom in prison if she was sick like that." Caitlin stilled, though her eyes grew bigger. "She's sick?" So her friend didn't know. Hannah glanced at both of them and said, "Cancer." Caitlin rocked on her feet and looked down. She took a deep breath and said, "If they get her out, I'll help if I can." Hannah tilted her head and put her lemonade glass down. "Have you told Roy you're a nurse?" Caitlin tugged her ear. "No, because I haven't practiced. I graduated but then married Roy to pay off those loans." Sarah put her hands on her hips. "So, how much did my uncle pay you?" Caitlin shuffled her feet. Hannah reached out to soothe her nervous friend. "Caitlin, Sarah's uncle is Reverend Jensen, but she wasn't paid a dime. Her parents forced her to marry Beau or threatened her with prison." Caitlin's face went white. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about it, but she said, "I'm waiting for the letter that says the loans are paid in full, which they said would take 30 days. After you live with him for that month and then file for divorce?" Hannah wondered if they had similar contracts. "We're not supposed to talk about that," Caitlin said. Hannah needed help, and Caitlin had always been there. She needed her here now, too. Logan and his brothers are innocent, and I think Jensen knows who set them up." Caitlin's face became a more normal color as she turned toward her. "That's because you trust people, Hannah," Sarah asked. "Does she?" "Yeah, my friend here always acts with her heart first, head later," Caitlin said. Sarah let out a small laugh, which explains why she gets along with her husband. If they all tried to get along with their husbands, Hannah could have more help. But Caitlin had always been kind to her, so Hannah asked, "Is Roy treating you badly?" "No." Caitlin grew a slight blush. "Truthfully, he's been a gentleman and gone out of his way to give me my space." Sarah sneered. "Beau isn't like that at all. He's demanding." At least Caitlin and Sarah were now getting along better, which was a start. Hannah joined the group bonding and pushed her hair back behind her ear. "Logan is a mix. He's neither beastly to me nor is he completely kind. He's been real." Sarah's eyebrows arched and her voice was sharp as she said, "Well, good luck with you and him then. Falling for a wonderfully nice guy wasn't a bad thing." Hannah turned toward her old friend. "Caitlin, you've a heart too." She wrinkled her nose. "Don't remind me." Caitlin had run off because she felt pressured by her parents and Harrison. Hannah had seen that more clearly than they had because she felt some of that same pressure. Her mom and dad hadn't been as forceful with their expectations. Hannah kept her voice low but said, "You introduced me to Reverend Jensen last year when we were planning my parents' funeral." Caitlin lifted her shoulders. "I wasn't sure what I wanted out of life, though I knew I better not marry Harry. The Reverend's teachings at the time made me feel calmer, though I know now that the man himself is a fraud." With her friend, Hannah didn't hold back, and she included Sarah too. "He stole from me, but right now my concern isn't about that." She trusted that Logan would see to justice. Caitlin's gaze shifted from Hannah to Sarah and back, as if she was trying to understand, but then she shrugged. "Okay, what is it that you want to know?" For years, Caitlin had always been more intuitive, and the one others looked to when in need of a hug, including Hannah. "You're a good person with a good heart. What if Roy and his brothers proved to you that they were set up and that the company paying us is out to hurt a woman with cancer? And their father?" Caitlin jumped back like she wanted to avoid a collision. "I wouldn't want to be involved." The simple gold wedding ring on her hand they all now wore was enough proof. Hannah held it up. "But you are already involved." Caitlin bit her lip. She hugged her waist like she wasn't ready to say anything, but finally said, "I'd do what I could to help them. You know that, Hannah." Hannah stepped back, grateful that Caitlin was on her side. Roy's office door opened, so she knew the conversation with her husband must be over. Hannah quietly said, "I needed to hear you say it. I do think we're all involved now, and we're all potentially in danger from whoever set us up." Caitlin asked, "What do you want, Hannah?" Hannah met both of the women's gazes and took their hands. "Your help in figuring out how Jensen found us all and matched us with our current husbands." "I'm in," Caitlin said. "I've never been able to say no to you, Hannah." Sarah added, "If I can stop my uncle, I'm in too." Hannah released their hands and lowered her head. "For the record, I might be a good girl, but I also have a brain. I don't always think things through, as you said, but I've learned the hard way about trusting the wrong people." Caitlin hugged her. "Don't be hard on yourself." "I have to go," Hannah told them. Logan was waiting for her. Right now, she needed to see him. She needed to know the life she hoped for wasn't just a temporary dream, but that he was real, and he was hers. They had one chance. Chapter 13. Logan Bentley's heart stuttered. How in the world did he tell Hannah that he wanted to be married to her for life without bringing the word love into the conversation? Since Ollie mentioned the reason for the contract and the divorces was to ensure none of them could ever reclaim the throne, Logan had wondered what it would be like to stay with her. Being with Hannah so far had been easy, but the idea of love and happily ever after swarmed in her head. She was too sweet to be any other way. He didn't think the same. The door clicked, and he knew she was home. He turned from the kitchen to the front door where he saw her huge smile for him. Tension ratcheted up his spine. She was genuinely kind, and he wasn't sure how he'd handle her long-term. Lavender scented the air as she neared. He lowered his head and hoped he sounded normal. "Hannah, I ordered Japanese food, but I wasn't sure you liked sushi, so I got sauté chicken too." She traced his arm and met his gaze. "I love sushi, actually." There was the L word. He stilled and stared down at her. Her light brown hair reflected the sunshine outside, and her brown eyes had a knowing sparkle against her winter-pale skin. She truly was beautiful. He stepped back and tried to ignore the knot in his stomach. "Perfect. Let's grab a bottle and set the table before the food arrives." She shrugged and walked to the wine cabinet. He went to the cupboards and found the glasses. When they met at the table, Hannah said, "Logan, I was talking to Caitlin and Sarah." "Okay, they were going to talk about the others." His shoulders relaxed. He uncorked the bottle and poured wine into the glasses. "I'm not sure which is which. Not all my other brothers are not happy." Hannah took the offered glass without question. "Caitlin is married to Roy and Sarah is married to Beau." "Got it." Roy and Caitlin were two that still weren't talking much, and Beau was ready to admit defeat with Sarah. But right now, he needed to focus on how to tell Hannah everything they'd figured out. He kept up small talk and waited for the right opportunity. "I'm most curious how Ollie and Rachel are doing. He's upset about his son." Hannah sipped her white wine. "If you want, I'll go see her this afternoon while you work." Helpful. His wife was sweet and kind, and honestly, he didn't deserve her. She'd see at some point that her Pocahontas move to save his neck had probably ruined her life, but for now he drank and decided to start at the beginning. "Roy is flying with your brother to get my mother out of prison. Elle and Naveed are going and will bring her here right away. Tomorrow we'll do the same for my father, only that will be a lot more press, since they've dubbed him the mastermind, and I need to keep the money flowing tonight to ensure we have the capabilities." She held the stem of her glass tight. "What about my 100 million? Fair enough. She was on the priority list, but the money also gave her an exit option. Somehow, he needed to make sure that she stayed with him. He lowered his voice. "That should also be yours tomorrow. You should probably open a new account that Kirno doesn't have the numbers to freeze or retake their deposit from you that easily." "That's fast." She clinked her glass to his. "I'm good." He said it without arrogance. This wasn't something they should celebrate, but at least she'd get her nest egg before the police seized Jensen's bank account for an unknown amount of time. "I know." The doorbell rang. She put her glass on the table and went toward the door immediately. He found some plates below the counter and set them on the table. She returned with the bags of food, and they both opened boxes and placed the contents out like a buffet. Logan wanted Hannah aware of his intentions. Somehow they had to get through this without talking about love. He finished with the boxes and put them back in the plastic bag, and she set the silverware and chopsticks for each of them. He put the bag on the counter near the refrigerator. Hannah was already seated, so he sat across from her and said, "Once the money is there, I'll work on getting us back on our feet and funnel as much as I can toward Dylan, Jake, and Beau's investigation to find out who set us up." She picked up her chopsticks and popped a piece of sushi between her lips. Once she finished eating, she said, "Well, I hope we can help." "We?" He reached across the table and took her hand. "You helping my family to ease into our situation is sweet and kind, Hannah." She squeezed his hand and then let it go. "I want to know more about you though, Logan." Logan brought a slice of dragon roll to his mouth and ate it whole. Rice and shrimp tempura with the best crunch. "This is good. Perfect choices. Let's talk after we eat." She winked at him and dug into her food. For a few minutes, neither said anything, and they ate like they hadn't had breakfast. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't. His stomach felt better 20 minutes later, and he put his chopsticks down. She seemed almost done, so he leaned closer. "I'd prefer to strip you naked and have you again and again." A laugh escaped her lips. "Now that sounds fun too, but first we talk." "So after dessert?" Having her would be dessert enough for him. Again she laughed, which filled the room with lightness until she said, if I like your answers." He sat straight. "Now this feels like a test." "It's not." Hannah scooted her chair next to him and placed her hand on his thigh. "Roxy said you were the serious brother." "College?" He nodded and ignored how he grew goosebumps where she touched him. "I was. I probably still am, as my expertise is in finance and business deals, thanks to math, which you should remember. Your glasses were red and cute. You remember those horrible frames?" She straightened and brought her hand to rest on the table. "Any luck on Jensen?" He missed her touch, so covered her hand with his. "Ah, I didn't tell you." "What?" Her eyes widened. He leaned closer and her bright skin invited him to kiss her senseless. He didn't, but instead watched her to see how she reacted. "He's to be arrested today." Her lips parted. "How do you know?" His fingers laced with hers. "It's hush-hush right now, but the police warrants were issued." She pushed her hair behind her ears and sat taller. "So what happens next?" So much that wasn't part of their day-to-day. He stared into her caring brown eyes. "Your first account is in evidence and untouchable to reclaim and will be for right now, as it's one of the charges. But the biggest charge against him is that he tried to negotiate with Eva, Jake's wife's little sister, to marry without her guardian's permission." Hannah covered her lips. Logan finished. "Eva's little sister was only 17 and not 18 during contract negotiations. If you do get your money back, we can talk about what happens then." She lowered her hand from her face. "I'll give it to you, I guess. I don't care about that, but how horrible for her sister. Where is she now?" Now all that was left was what he figured out with his brothers concerning their marriages. However, he had to finish this part of the conversation first. "Jake and Eva are going to bring her here to live in Miami with them." She shook her head. "So much drama is happening all around us. I am happy others are starting to get along." Now, he had to navigate this conversation properly. "Me too, because there is more." Hannah blinked with confusion. "What?" "Fair question." He squeezed her hand slightly as he told her the truth. "There could be no divorce, not for him. My brothers and I all assume this has to do with our royal background. Dylan has been doing a lot of research to plan his investigation in Hoskell, and there is a law that decrees if we get divorced, we would forfeit the crown." She swallowed and stared at him, clearly not understanding the implications. "But you're not even wearing the crown. For now and maybe forever. But heritage was heritage and he needed to honor his parents. They were already disgraced with false prison." "Agreed, but that doesn't mean we don't have enemies. We think someone set us up to ensure we never return." Her face was still white. "Do you even care about that?" If he was asked to return home to the palace, he'd go. So would every single one of his brothers, and if someone was out to sabotage the remote possibility, then they needed to be stopped. He kept that thought to himself and took a breath before he answered. "I care because my parents would care. I hope you understand." She pressed her hand on his. "So you're saying you don't want a divorce? Good." She had understood. "I'm saying I can't afford one, so I'd like for us to work out, Hannah." A smile grew on her face. She pressed her delicate hands over his heart. "Well, keep treating me right then, and we won't have any worries." Flutters rushed through him that only Hannah created. He scooted off his chair and stood, and she rose as well. "If you were naked right now, I'd be very happy." She ran her hands down his sides. "After you've locked the door so we're not interrupted. I don't want to be the only naked one in the house. Fair?" No one needed him in person for the next few hours. He ran toward the door, and once he turned around, saw his wife heading toward the bedroom, leaving a trail of her clothes behind her. He locked the door and followed her inside. Chapter 14. Lying beside Logan where he just held her as the sun shone outside their window made today feel like a perfect day. If she could stay here forever, in his arms, she'd be complete and happy. Just as Hannah thought that, a loud ring disturbed the air. She laughed as he brushed her arms to get her attention. She stated the obvious as she glanced at him. Your phone is ringing." Logan nodded and sat up fast. He scooted off the bed as he stared at the screen and mumbled, "I have to get back to work." Right, tonight they'd have more time, but there was a lot riding on today. She stood from the bed but held the sheet to her breasts. "I'm going to meet Rachel this afternoon. All the wives might get together at her place." He nodded and pulled his pants on. "Rachel knows us all the best, I suppose." He threw a blue t-shirt over his head and then leaned down on the bed toward her. "But Hannah, when my mother arrives around 7, I'd like for you to be next to me." She closed her eyes and accepted a light kiss, which made her feel fabulous. She opened her eyes, not wanting to miss a thing. "Absolutely. Next to you is where I want to be." He walked to the door and winked at her. "Have fun this afternoon." She dashed into the bathroom, cleaned and changed into white pants and a royal blue peasant shirt. Then she headed out, but the door to Logan's office was open. She knocked and leaned against the frame. "Do I look okay?" He glanced up from his computer and she saw the beam in his eyes. He was happy, and that in turn made her walk on air. "You look sweet, which is what you are." She floated toward him and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Aw, thank you." He stood, kissed her, but his computer beeped as it always seemed to. Perhaps once the crisis was over with his family, he could step away from this and take a small break with her. She'd ask later. Right now, she refused to kill the mood and sashayed out of his office. Near the door, she took out her phone and texted her new girl chat. "Sarah, Caitlin, are you ready?" She locked the door behind her and headed toward the elevator when her phone chimed. She read Sarah's text. "Lois is joining us. I invited her. Since Eva was out of town with Jake for the day, it would be good to bond with her." Hannah knew Lois from the commune, and then she'd lived upstairs in their apartment building in DC. But Lois was always the quiet one that didn't share much. At the table in the coffee shop, Hannah thought she overheard that Lois wanted a baby. Perhaps she might ask, though it might not be relevant to helping Logan. The elevator doors opened, and she quickly texted back, "We'll talk together." Caitlin then piped in, "So has anyone really talked to Rachel before now?" Her phone dinged as she arrived on the floor. Hannah read Sarah's answer, "No. She was quiet at the coffee shop when we met her. After that, I've not seen her with anyone except her husband and baby." Hannah almost ran into the pair of them as she walked off the hallway. She hugged her friends and tucked her phone in her back pocket. Once Caitlin and Sarah ended their greeting, Hannah knocked and they waited. Rachel, with her white skin and dark hair, opened the door. Her emerald green top matched her eyes. Out of all of them, Rachel acted like she belonged with the Bentleys easily, and she welcomed them inside. "Thank you all for coming over." The elevator beeped behind them, and Lois joined them so everyone was together. Hannah waited for the door to close, and then glanced around the condo that was similar to their own in design, though this had a more Mid-Eastern luxury feel to it. Hannah ignored the sense of home this place gave off, and instead pushed her hair behind her ear. "Where is your son?" Rachel motioned toward the bedroom. "Napping. He's only 1, so he needs it," Lois asked. "It's after 3, though. It seems late." Rachel waved off the comment and directed them all to the table with tea and cakes laid out. "He tries to pretend he doesn't need sleep." Everyone helped themselves to the small cakes, and Rachel served hot black tea made with leaves instead of bags. Once everyone had a cup and they sat around the living area, Hannah said, "Rachel, we're told you know our husbands and you weren't a random choice by Jensen to marry Oliver." Everyone went quiet. Rachel sipped her tea, nodded her head as if gathering her thoughts, and then set her cup down. "I wasn't going to let any stranger marry Ollie. I overheard what was happening when I was standing outside the prison, deciding if I should go in and talk to Ollie about our son, and Jensen was talking on the phone to someone. I have no idea who, but I'm not stupid. I told Jensen either he sets up me marrying Ollie or I blow his cover before he even tries anything with any of the brothers. So Jensen had no choice. Hannah's heart cheered that someone told the man what to do. She covered her pleased reaction by taking a drink of tea. "How are you and Ollie?" Rachel's big green eyes grew shadowed. "He's upset I hadn't told him about my little Leo." Sarah made a slight noise with her throat. "How did that play out when he saw that you were the one to marry him?" Rachel turned toward her. "He was relieved until we went home, and he met my Leo." Lois quietly said, "At least you knew you loved him." "Love," Rachel almost choked on her tea. Hannah's pulse zipped faster. Love was something she'd always wanted too, but she'd never told Logan. Her heart stirred and wondered if she should or shouldn't. He hadn't said anything, but there was nothing wrong with love. Rachel looked around at all of them. "I knew I didn't want Ollie used or tricked. I'm sorry I didn't know any of you to warn you." "Right?" Hannah was here to help, but she wasn't doing much, to be truthful. She pressed her lips together, unsure. Lois kept her head down but quietly asked, "Hannah, Caitlin." Hannah turned her attention to the blonde. "Yes, Lois?" Lois sucked in her lips like she didn't want to speak, just like she'd always done on the commune, and stared at the Persian carpet in the hall. Finally, she said, "I remember you both attended church like I did." Hannah's heart dropped. Lois seemed so sad that she wanted to offer comfort, but the woman was sitting out of reach. "Yes, I was lost, and Caitlin was trying to figure out who she wanted to be while putting herself through nursing school." "What about you?" Lois glanced at her while she nodded her head. "I know we didn't talk then, but that was me too. My parents never let me decide anything for myself, and now I'm here. I know you're friends already, but I could use a few." Sarah piped in. "Lois, we're here for you." She was here to make connections and for them to understand what had happened so that they could work together for the good of the Bentley family. Hannah surmised for everyone. Rachel sniffed out a scheme. Sarah's uncle is Jensen, and they pretty much forced her into marriage. Lois went to the Reverend's church, like Caitlin and I. So the only one we don't know much about now is Eva. It was her sister that Jensen targeted. Caitlin added, "I doubt he knew she was underage, which her friend would only know from Beau. Caitlin must have started talking to her husband. It was a good sign for all of them to at least be civil." However, before she could say anything else, her phone beeped and she jumped out of her chair. Her alarm told her the time. "It's close to 7. Logan wanted me home to meet his mother." Rachel stood, and so everyone followed her as she hugged Hannah goodbye. "That's true for all of us. Ava Bentley is a sweetheart and super kind woman. I'm sure you'll like her." Hopefully his mother liked her back, but Hannah didn't say anything else about that and turned toward the group. "This afternoon was good. You're all invited to my condo tomorrow if we're still here. It would be nice to get together and talk more." Each conversation brought more to light. She hadn't realized Lois had issues of her own with Jensen, though she really should have. After a quick goodbye, Hannah rushed to the door. Her phone said it was 5 minutes to 7 now, as took the elevator down 2 floors. She unlocked the door with a key card swipe and called out, "Logan, I'm home." "Hannah, come in," he called from the office. She hurried toward him, where he hunched over his computer, right where she'd left him. Her heart wondered if she should mention the word love, but his face was too serious. She crossed her arms and walked closer. "What's going on?" Logan's jaw clenched tightly as she stared at his computer screen. "The money is filtering out of my accounts." He tapped a few more keys. "I'm trying to find out why." Right? He was on a mission and hardly moved from this room. She leaned closer. "So you're losing money?" He pointed to a chart that looked like an Excel spreadsheet. "Yes, but not because of my investments. Someone is hacking in and siphoning the funds. Beau is looking for the weak point in my accounts now while I move things to avoid the leak. Cybersecurity wasn't exactly her specialty. Can I help? My mother will be here soon. I need to change. She won't like that I'm dressed so casually." He stood and pointed toward his chair. "Can you sit here to see if the numbers turn green while I quickly change?" If something turns green, write it down. This didn't sound too difficult. She kissed his cheek and sat. Done. I can color watch. You're perfect. He winked at her. No, I'm not that, Hannah said to an empty room. She stared at the computer and saw something flash green. She wrote down the numbers she saw, even if she didn't understand. Once Logan relaxed and this was over, maybe they could discuss something more permanent. It was overtime that they did. Chapter 15. Logan's entire body was tight. Tomorrow he had to ensure that he had enough cash for two major promises: Hannah's stolen inheritance and his father's release that he'd earned on his own because there was no way they'd accept Navid's offer. Today he won the battle for his mother, but that was only 25% of what he needed to do in a short amount of time. His brothers needed funding to find out more about Kirno and who set their family up. Whoever it was had to be exposed. If he failed, his father continued to suffer without seeing them. Their father told them to work on the outside without coming to his federal prison to visit, but every second they were in Miami, their father was still treated like a criminal. If he failed, Hannah would lose faith in him. If he failed, his brothers might never find out the truth. Basically, the weight of the world rested on his shoulders. He came out of the bedroom where the quick shower did nothing to ease the tension in his body. The doorbell rang, and he threw on a gray t-shirt and jeans, hurrying past his office where he'd left Hannah and opened the front door. Part of him hadn't realized how fast time moved, but his mother's wrinkled face broke into a smile and she wept as she greeted him. He opened his arms wide and she walked into his hug. Logan, Mom, he squeezed her gently. She felt 10 pounds lighter and her light blonde hair now showed her countless grays. Prison must have been horrible, though the blue slacks and cardigan was still all her style. She let him go and stepped into his condo. She peeked around the place and then turned toward him as he closed the door. You look peaceful. Where is your wife? Unlike his brothers and their wives, Hannah was drama-free and easy to be with. He walked with his mother down the hall. Hannah's doing me a favor in the office. Come. Hannah glanced from the computer to him and wrote something down on the piece of paper before her. Logan, 3 numbers flashed green. She stood up, letting the pen drop onto the desk as she stared at his mother, her face slightly red. Hello. Logan introduced them. Mom, this is Hannah Hughes, now Hannah Bentley, my wife. Hannah, this is my mother, Ava Bentley. Hannah lowered her head immediately. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Bentley. His mother gave her a small smile that she used to give to stray cats when she left them food outside their beach house. How are you getting along with my son, Logan? Hannah lifted her head and smiled. Good. We've grown close, ma'am. His mother's nose wrinkled. Don't call me ma'am, Ava is fine. She reached out and gently took Hannah's hands. Are you related to Howard Hughes? Hannah's eyes widened. He was my father. I liked Howard and Elisha Hughes. Shall we sit? His mother drew Hannah along and pointed him toward his living room. Once they were out of his office and where they could see the sunset from his balcony, his mother said, He was my husband's lawyer for years. I'm sorry for your loss. The accident was a terrible tragedy. His mother's mouth firmed. We both know your parents would have prevented this miscarriage of justice my family has suffered. Perhaps that's where he heard his wife's name in the years after high school, at his parents' house. Hannah gave her a lost smile as she said, My parents were the best. His mother walked beside Hannah where he followed toward the couch. Your brother Harrison was at the prison with my son Roy. Hannah waited for his mother to sit and then joined her. Yes, he was. Logan took the seat opposite them and scooted closer. His mother glanced at him and then back toward Hannah. At least my son Logan understood right away you were special. It's good to see all my children again, but I'm so worried about my husband. Logan pounced out of his chair and took his mother's hand. Tomorrow, Mom, we'll get him back here too. She patted his hand like she always did when she wanted to make him feel better. If anyone can handle finances to get the bail, it's my Logan. Hannah added fast. He's been working non-stop. Of course he had. This was his mission. His family needed financing, and he always loved numbers. Stock markets were seen as gambles by most people, but the numbers always spoke to him. His mother stood and let his hand go. "Well, I'll leave you two alone. Ollie is taking me to the hospital tomorrow for a workup in the morning." His oldest brother was the doctor in the family, though he was an OB/GYN, not a cancer doctor. But he'd understand the terms better than he would. Logan put his hand on his wife's back to lead her toward the door with his mother as he said, "Dad probably won't get here till around the same time you did today." His mother gave him a shrug, but she couldn't lie with that move. He knew she cared and was worried. "Waiting one more day to see the man I love I can handle, though I won't sleep much until he's here." Logan let Hannah go and massaged his mother's arm. "I understand, Mom," Hannah immediately said. "If you need company, you can stay here with us. There are 2 extra bedrooms." He glanced at her. Once again, his wife proved herself the sweetheart that she was that he didn't deserve. His mother patted his face. "Logan, your wife is sweet." She then opened her arms to Hannah and the 2 women hugged. "Hannah, thanks for the offer, but I want to leave you 2 alone and prepare the condo we're going to stay in upstairs for my husband's arrival. You seem happy together and that relaxes me. I wish my other boys were the same. Mom, let me walk you to your condo." She shook her head. "I can see myself up 1 floor in an elevator that goes to no other doors but your brother's. Stay with your wife." They both stood in the door as his mother walked the small hall and waited for the elevator. The 10 pounds she'd lost made her seem thinner, but hopefully it didn't matter when it came to fighting her cancer. Once the elevator arrived and she entered, he held the door tighter until she disappeared. Logan turned toward his wife, his chest tight with emotion. Hannah's caring expression made him close his eyes and trust her when he normally never trusted anyone. His biggest fear was that his mother might die. "Hannah, my mom looks thinner than the last time I saw her." She reached for his hands. "She looked strong to me. You'll know her medical diagnosis tomorrow, so all you can do right now is relax." That wasn't going to happen. He couldn't relax. He had a mission despite how someone was trying to sabotage all his work. He would succeed. He motioned toward the office again. "After I fix the 3 accounts you saw." She walked with him to the office and picked up the paper she'd been writing as she said, "These were it. Fair." They might have missed one when his mother was here, but hopefully he'd figure out whatever slipped through. He cracked his knuckles and took the seat at his desk where he'd spend the night. "Right now it's like playing whack-a-mole. Tomorrow we have to get you to a bank and ensure it's not traced to your old account while we follow the initial deposit to discover the origins." Her brow lifted as she tugged a chair next to his. Why all the layers? Whoever was out to stop them knew too much about her already. They'd wired money into her account and could easily trace that. While all banking laws weren't his expertise, he saw the threat. He reached for her hand. "If this is someone at Kirno Incorporated, they don't need access to your bank account. We'll go together, and I'll get you a cashier's check." She shrugged like she was on board with whatever he said. "Okay, sounds good. I get that stakes are high and danger lurks everywhere, but for tonight, do you think you can relax at least a little so your brain is ready for the next big issue, whenever that appears?" Tonight would be a long night. He had a breach in security somewhere and his mission was too important to fail. Not now, when his family needed him. He shook his head. "I need to babysit my accounts. We need to free my dad. Tomorrow, once we go to the banks, I'll feel better after the checks are drawn successfully." She scooted her chair back that made a slight squeak on the hardwood floor and stood. "Then I'll make us a pot of coffee and you can tell me what happened to Jensen." He stood, moving the laptop so he could see it. "I don't think anything happened to him. At least I've not heard anything. But then again, I haven't left the condo or that chair, really." She motioned that they could talk about it later with her shoulder shuffle and walked to the door. "I'm sure the police will apprehend him soon, wherever he is." "Right." He sank into his chair as soon as she left and secured the 3 accounts Hannah had caught. He then ensured everything was still on track, lost in streaming numbers. Hannah's footsteps came closer, but he didn't look up. She slid the coffee cup on the desk and he glanced at her to say thanks. However, her shirt was unbuttoned. His body tightened. "What are you doing?" She unfastened another dainty button, revealing her pink bra. "I just wanted to be more comfortable. Tonight he couldn't leave the room, but if she wanted to stay, he'd like that." He motioned for his lap and said, "Come here." She sat and wrapped her hands around his neck and kissed his cheek. "This might distract you." True, but a few minutes with Hannah meant he could feel her soft curves. He kissed her neck. "I'm willing to chance it." His hands traced her shirt to where she'd left it open at her throat and chest. Her head fell back when he touched her bare skin. "Ooh, well, I do like when you do that." Hannah was sweet, perfect, and way too good for him. Right now, she was all he wanted, and her skin and lips tasted better than anything else he'd ever had. Chapter 16. Hannah stretched and once again realized she was alone. This wasn't how she'd planned her married life. However, before she stood, she felt the side of the bed sink and she glanced over. Her husband was still in his gray t-shirt from last night and cotton pants. He leaned closer, placed his hand on hers and said, "My wife likes to sleep in." She sat up and met his gaze. Her heart was full of love for Logan. He was so kind and giving. She smiled. "I didn't used to. Were you up all night?" He went to the closet and grabbed fresh clothes, jeans, boxer briefs, and a navy blue polo shirt. "Pretty much. The bank opens at 9. I'd like for us to be there." She yawned. His activity was a bit much. Her body didn't have his fast-moving energy. Slowly, Hannah stood and made sure she could balance as she asked, "What time is it?" "Almost 8. He winked at her as he put the clothes in the bathroom. He left the closet door open for her as she made her way toward it. "Let's both clean up. Give me 5 minutes and then we'll eat breakfast." "Sounds good. I've already had a lot of coffee," he admitted, and then went to the huge shower that could easily clean up a football team. But he took one side of the glass. A minute later, she joined him and saw the water lapping around his perfectly formed muscles. Prison must have had a gym because he truly was perfect. He had tons of exercise equipment in his office, so perhaps he worked off stress that way. Though she'd not seen him anywhere but at his desk. The water from the shower cleared her mind. Today was the day she would tell this sexy man she loved him. She raised her voice slightly to be heard over the shower head above her. "Will you be able to sleep after we get back?" He turned, and she saw all of him. The water did not diminish anything. Her slumbering libido woke up and she wanted to touch him. However, he turned back to the shower and she saw his squeezable backside. She tried to shake off the thoughts. He wanted to be at the bank, but later, maybe she'd join him for a nap. He said, "I don't know. I still need to fund my brother's plan to find who set us up. I'll probably be working as much as I can till we find out who did this to us." She turned off her water and grabbed a towel. "But will you sleep, or will I wake up alone every night?" He turned off his shower too after rinsing his thick dark hair. "Tell you what, once we get my accounts secured with no cyber leaks, I'll make time for you and my health, including sleep." Right. Maybe tonight they could have a fresh round of just the two of them. For now, she handed him a clean towel and dressed herself. "Good, that's all I can ask." As he threw on his clothes, he said, "I had fresh muffins delivered. I love muffins." Hannah wore dark denim pants and a red-fitted t-shirt that hugged her waist. They made their way into the kitchen, and she saw the ornate pink box waiting on the table. Logan poured them coffee, and she set the plates. She sat and he followed. Then he offered her the box. She took one, bit in, and the flakiness of the outer layer was so vanilla sweet, it was out of this world. She heard the mmm that poured from her lips but didn't care. These are so good. They were flown in from France. He took a bite. Clearly money had become no object in his world if they were flying in food from another country. But it still felt wrong. She put the muffin down on the plate. "No wonder. That seems extravagant. He made a sound and explained. Damian Morgan just came back from his honeymoon and knew I liked this bakery. He had it sent over as a welcome home. Ah, well, that made more sense. For days, all Logan had done was count every dollar. She picked up her muffin and had another bite that melted in her mouth. She tasted almonds as well as vanilla. Well, I can see why they are your favorite. These are good. He winked at her. Not as sweet as you. Her skin felt like it glowed. They ate in silence as she realized somehow she needed to tell him how much she'd fallen in love. Once they finished, Logan took the plates, washed them, and she set the leftovers in the refrigerator. They worked seamlessly on small chores and were done in minutes. Logan pressed his hand on her hip and asked, "Are you ready?" The warmth in her body grew. He had to feel the same as she did. They belonged together, but he was under so much pressure. She took a deep breath and ignored how his testosterone and almond soap made her want to drag him to bed. Instead, she pushed her hands in her pockets. "Yes, let's go to the bank." He led her toward the door and she grabbed her pocketbook on their way out as he said, "I also want to stop at a jeweler." "Why?" They walked into the small hall that led to the elevator. The white walls had postmodern abstract in bright-colored murals decorating the halls. The moment they pressed the button for the elevator, it practically arrived. He picked up her hand and kissed the back. "You should be wearing a ring I chose, not something the lawyers picked up to get me out of prison." Money was still an issue. Even if he gave her the $100 million today, she stilled as she thought about that. Drat. He shouldn't have to stress about her on top of his family. He wasn't the one that stole from her. They descended and she looked up at him. "You don't have to. I know money is an issue." The doors opened to the lobby. He took her arm and led her past security. "I'm earning enough to ensure everyone knows you're my wife." "Okay." He brought her toward a black town car with tinted windows that reminded her a bit of what they drove presidents around in. Were those bulletproof? Logan followed her inside and asked, "Good, now what kind of diamond cut would you like?" Her mind raced to answer. At first she drew a blank, but then a memory of her mother talking about her grandmother's ring that she'd inherited surfaced. It was in the returned jewels, now. She felt confident as she answered, "My own mother had a cushion style that I always liked." He nodded. "That's the rounded edge square?" Her eyes widened. "So you know diamonds?" "My mother was queen." "Ah." She accepted his answer. Life in a royal palace was so different that there was no way she could imagine it. He traced her arm. "Any particular color?" Sure, she'd heard of colors, but no one she knew actually had one. She shrugged. "I thought they were clear." He kissed her shoulder. "Blue is the most rare. Would you like that?" The car pulled into a jeweler. "I'd like to see it first." "Deal." The town car parked. "We're stopping here." Logan opened his door, sliding out. She followed him and he helped her stand. A second later, they abandoned the heat of the street and headed into the air-conditioned jewelry shop. She immediately led him to the wedding rings, and the gold circles really gave her hope. If he loved her, all would be well. She checked out her options as she gazed through the glass counter. "A simple ring is good for now, Logan." Logan talked to one of the workers, who then went back to get someone else. An older gentleman came toward them, and Logan told her, "This jeweler has access to our vaults that are stored in London, and the government didn't or couldn't claim that?" She narrowed her eyes. "Does your family have just valuables or money there too?" He whispered near her ear. "I don't want to discuss that publicly." The older gentleman took out a pad of paper and made his way to them. She quickly whispered back, "Now that sounds like a means to get your money. You need to be careful, Logan." "Possibly." He nodded. The royal connection seemed like the obvious one to his family being in jail, though they needed to find out and be sure. Logan wrapped his arms around her and said, "Today we'll get you both. A simple one, and one from my family vault. Last night and today he'd mentioned money first. She nodded as the man came toward them. And then the bank. Yes. Logan squeezed her hand and turned toward the older gentleman. Mr. Miller, this is my wife, Hannah. So he knew the jeweler. His mother again? Miller said, you just missed your brother Oliver and his new wife. Okay, so the jeweler probably knew the entire family. Hannah's heart eased. Logan held out her hand to the glass for Miller to measure her finger. I'm sure we will all be coming to see you, Logan chuckled. We need one for today from your store, and a blue diamond in a cushion style from our collection. Mr. Miller slipped a ring around her hand and had her perfect size. We can order that. He wrote down the size number and the blue diamond cushion, then waved toward the case. Please look around while I contact the office in London. Sounds good, Logan said. Ready, Hannah? See anything you like? Right. She headed toward a column of cushioned diamonds and lifted one that was clear and probably 2 carats that she could wear to the grocery store and not freak out if something happened to a crown jewel. This one is nice, Logan nodded. Mr. Miller, we'll take what my wife picked out. The jeweler took the ring and motioned toward one of his staff who went to the register. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Mr. Miller said they could pick the ring up tomorrow and the blue diamond in a week. Logan signed for it, and they went back to the car. Outside, the January Miami heat was intense until they went into the air-conditioned car where her skin chilled. Logan joined her and she said, "That was sweet of you, actually." Logan, I was hoping, however, the driver literally did a U-turn on the beach and she almost fell out of her seat and went to the other side. She laughed as they were dropped off at the front door of the bank like they were there to rob it. She scooted out and Logan followed her. He placed his hand on her lower back and led her inside, as he said, "Let's see the banker." "Okay, but we could have walked," Hannah said, still laughing. "Safety first. My uncle and aunt died last year, and we all thought it was likely murder. With our arrests and these divorce contracts, we're not taking chances." Logan pointed right to the side doors. "We're going to the office. Once we open the account, we'll go to your old one and close it down. Don't give anyone the transfer information." Fair. Her heart lifted that his name could be on the account too. She didn't need him to simply give her money with no access. She kept that thought to herself while she asked, "How am I opening the account?" They went inside a banker's office. "Welcome." A coiffed lady stood and outstretched her palm. Logan shook the banker's hand first, as this was the bank that his family used, and told Hannah, "I'll get you a cashier's check." The woman then shook her hand. Logan told her, "I'd like to open an account for my new wife." They all sat down. The woman said, "I'll need identification and the marriage license if you're both to be on the account." Hannah felt goosebumps grow on her arms. She looked around while Logan took out his driver's license. Then, like she was living in a movie, she saw men with machine guns inside the bank. Her entire body went cold, and she reached for Logan with trembling fingers. She tried to speak but couldn't. She cleared her throat, but then regretted making a sound. Logan looked at her, his caring brown eyes unthawing her vocal cords enough for her to spit out the words. "There are men with guns coming toward us." Logan turned around and stood, blocking her and the banker from view. This couldn't be the end. After her parents had died without warning, she was certain that life was meaningless without love. Logan had no idea how she felt. Chapter 17. The bank had 2 big windows on both sides of the entrance next to the double glass door they'd walked in from. The men with guns came in from the same front, and he had no idea if the back had any exits. The bank had a line and tellers in the back, but on the sides there were small offices with clear glass doors. Logan and his wife were in the 3rd office toward the back, and Logan used his body to block the women from being seen through the door. No one needed to see Hannah. He heard the banker open something, but he didn't have time to look as he said, "Hannah, get behind the desk." The banker said, "This way to the vault. You have an escape plan?" Hannah scrambled around him and toward the banker. Men with black ski masks and automatic rifles were scanning the bank, but goosebumps grew on his arms. They were here on a mission, and it might not be a bank robbery. With those weapons, he assumed the mission might include murder. The banker quickly said, "We have seconds." Hannah grabbed his hand. "Logan, come, fast. You first." He waved her to get further back. He kept his eyes on the doors and window. One of the men turned toward him and held his gun higher. His body tightened and braced for impact. Hannah called out behind him, "Get in here, now." He stepped back and followed her voice. She grabbed his arm and pulled him with her. In the same moment, he saw a man stare at him directly through the glass door, and his gaze didn't waver. Logan's heart raced. He turned toward his wife, and her skin almost glowed with her goodness even as he said, "They saw me." Her face went white. The banker waved at them. "This way, both of you." They followed her down the dark hall that only had a few lights on. As they neared a metal door, Hannah gripped his hand and asked, "Where are we?" The banker pointed toward an older woman in her 50s. "In the vault. This is my supervisor, Miss Perez." If the men were after him, Logan endangered all of these people with his presence. His heart stopped. He shouldn't be here. The man with the gun's gaze told him with the lifting of his weapon that he'd been recognized. Hannah stayed at his side. "So what do we do?" "We wait until the police get us out," Miss Perez said. Hannah gripped his hand. "So we're on lockdown?" "Yes," Miss Perez replied with a shake in her voice. Logan kept his lips sealed. His wife's safety mattered more than his own. He'd not let anyone get hurt because of him. If possible, he'd surrender himself to save these people. Hannah took her hand back. "I'm texting my brother. He needed to let his brothers know that there could be a problem with getting the money to Roy right now." The bank wasn't exactly working. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Good idea. I'll text my family." Ollie responded first. "Stay safe. I have the money, but it needs to be transferred. Right now, your life is more important." A bank robbery was never in his thoughts as to how he'd die. A banker yelped. He turned and stared at the black and white screen that showed 3 of the 4 men with guns backing up. Were they leaving? But then a customer in the lobby clutched his heart. Had he been shot? He hadn't seen or heard any bullets being fired. Logan asked, "What's happening?" "Mr. Bentley," Miss Perez said, "these men were here for you." He knew that. Logan crossed his arms as Hannah came to stand beside him. "How do you know?" Miss Perez moved the camera and they saw a note with the name Logan Bentley over the older gentleman who was unconscious or dead on the floor. "They left you a calling card." Hannah brought her knuckles to her mouth to stifle a scream. He hugged her. "Hannah, oh my God." She wept into his side. He rocked her as the camera turned and the 4th gunman walked out the door. "Hannah, don't look. We can't just sit here, Logan." Hannah clung to him but dried her tears. Miss Perez let out a deep breath. "The police are here. They must have chased the gunman away. Right now, that man on the floor was his responsibility just as much as getting the money to his family. No one should have been hurt. If he thought for a second this might happen, he'd never have put Hannah or anyone in danger." Miss Perez buzzed the police in. Hannah stood beside him, but as the police began to escort the bankers out, he said, "Go with them. Get back to our condo and wait." Hannah, her face pale, stood in front of him. She clasped her trembling hands together. "You need to come." This situation was his responsibility to resolve. He refused to budge and nodded toward the officer coming their way. He squeezed his wife's shoulder. "I can't, honey, but I will see you soon." Hannah placed her hand on his cheek. "Logan, the cops can't arrest you. You didn't do anything." He leaned down and kissed her, then motioned he'd go with the officer. "Relax, Hannah. These cops know I didn't pull the trigger, but I need to talk with them. Trust me. Hurry back." She hugged her waist as he took a step forward to go with the policeman. Miss Perez followed him, and went to talk to the officers in the main bank while reassuring worried customers. Paramedics worked over the prone older man. Logan saw no sign of blood. He must have had a heart attack. The man's face was pale, but he was still alive. Logan handed one of the EMTs a business card. "Please ensure this man has all the medical treatment he needs, and send the bill to me." The policeman gestured for them to take a seat in Miss Perez's office. Logan explained his purpose at the bank. "Why would they target you?" the officer asked. "I don't know," and that was the truth. The policeman took notes and asked Miss Perez questions. Then they left. "Did you still want to make that withdrawal?" Miss Perez asked. He nodded and picked up a pen. "Yes, let's finish the paperwork," Miss Perez said. "I have your wife's driver's license. She must have gotten it from her employee when they were all trapped together. If he could send a messenger back with the papers for her to sign, he'd accomplish his goals despite the attack on the bank and him." Miss Perez handed him a paper and he stared at it. "Do what you can, so she just needs to sign." "I'm still here," Hannah said from behind him. She'd come inside with a policeman who waited until she waved at him to go back out of the bank. Hannah now had more color in her face, and she stood without shaking as he said, "I thought you went home." She took his hand. "I couldn't get in the car and go quietly. Not without you." Miss Perez slipped Hannah's driver's license to her, along with a paper. Logan took a deep breath. "We'll talk later. Sign and let's finish why we came." Miss Perez typed information into the computer, transferring funds with quiet efficiency. Then she slipped him a paper that his father's account was now full. Roy could access the cash. Logan filled out a second withdrawal slip. "This money goes into Hannah's new account." Miss Perez took the paper and said, "2 minutes." As they waited for Miss Perez, Logan patted Hannah's back. "I need to trust you to follow directions." She met his gaze, placed her hand on his chest and said, "And I need to know you're coming home too. You did well ensuring that older man is taken care of. No one should die because of him." Logan's heartbeat grew faster, but he squeezed her side in a gentle embrace while they waited for the banker. "I hope he just suffered from anxiety or something like that, and that he's fine and able to go home to his family." Hannah didn't say another word, but she stared at him like he was perfect. The expression made his heart steady, though she shouldn't have that much faith in him. Miss Perez then slipped them papers and said, "Here you are, Mr. Bentley." "Mrs. Bentley." Hannah read the receipt. Logan's shoulders lifted as a weight eased. "My wife has her new account." Miss Perez nodded. Hannah handed the paper back and said, "Joint account. I want my husband to have access." Logan twitched and stared at his wife. He turned toward her. "I don't need." "You do," Hannah insisted, and Miss Perez typed, "Then when we're done, we need to get home, to your family, and find out why someone wanted to shoot you. What if the others are in danger too?" The way she stared at him again made him feel bigger than he'd ever felt. He swallowed, unsure how to respond to this, but said, "I won't fight you, Hannah. I'd lose." She smiled brighter. "Glad you know that." Miss Perez typed, and then handed them both papers. His father's account was confirmed, and his name was also a signatory on Hannah's account. Hannah slipped her arm in his. "We're finished." Miss Perez waved them off and they went outside. Their driver waited like nothing had happened. Hannah got inside and he followed. Soon his father would be with them, and his family would be complete. Hannah's hand on his gave him a sense of belonging, which was strange, but he kept silent. As they neared their building, Hannah squeezed his fingers. "There are police surrounding the condo building. Do you think the gunmen are there? Is your family okay? Has anybody texted you?" He checked his phone. No. The last thing he needed was a worried wife. They were probably protecting his family, just in case. Or, he shared, "This could be about my father getting out of jail and not have anything to do with what just happened at the bank." Hannah scooted closer to him at the same time the driver brought them to the front door. Could they get in here too? Anything was possible, but he kept the thought to himself. Instead, he squeezed her hand gently. We have security measures, but it's good the police are making their presence known. We can figure this out." "Right," she agreed. She then let his hand go and scooted out of the car. He followed, and no one stopped them as they headed inside the lobby. Hannah walked next to him but stopped as she saw Harrison's worried face with Roxy tucked in his arm, waiting for them by the front window. She turned and said, "My brother is here." Logan should have expected him. If Elle had texted him that she was in trouble, he'd drop everything. He placed his hand on Hannah's back as they joined her family. "Harry, Roxy, please come up," he said. "We'll get a drink or something." Harry nodded and they all walked toward the elevator. "I'll need one after your text. Those men intended to kill my sister." "She's unharmed," Logan assured him as they walked inside the elevator and the doors closed behind them. Harry crossed his arms. "She shouldn't have been in danger at all." "I agree," Logan said fast. No one said anything else, and they got off the elevator on his floor and directly into the condo. "My sister should come home with me," Harry declared as Logan closed the door. "Until you find out who is behind this." His mind raced, and he was at a loss for words because he couldn't imagine Hannah anywhere but at his side. Hannah crossed her arms. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here with Logan and his family." Her brother turned toward her. "Hannah, be reasonable. If he was her brother, he'd have the same thoughts." Logan wasn't sure what to say, so he walked past the siblings that seemed ready for a showdown. Roxy followed him. Hannah dropped her arms and tapped her foot. "Harry, don't even think about trying to change my mind." Roxy joined him. "Logan, let's fix those drinks while these two duke it out." Fair enough, he'd promised drinks. He walked to the bar and found glasses he placed on a tray while Roxy checked out the selection of wine and liquor. He waited for her choice and asked, "Roxy, how did you meet Harrison?" Roxy pointed toward a French red. "He rescued me at a family party. He talked to me because he missed his sister. In time, perhaps Harry might come around and like Logan." He needed Hannah to remain his wife, but wasn't sure how to express that to her family. He opened the bottle, ignoring Roxy's searching gaze. "Hannah's way too good for me. I don't know what she sees in me." Roxy laughed, which filled the air as neither sibling said a word. "That you're devoted to your family and you're a good guy. I can see why." Harry and Hannah stared at them, so Logan finished pouring and took the tray with the glasses toward the coffee table in the living room. "Let's go find out what the Hughes have decided." Roxy took one of the glasses and followed him. Logan walked over to his wife and offered her a glass. She accepted, and then he offered one to Harry. Done with serving, he put the tray down and asked, "Hannah?" She pivoted toward him and nodded. "Logan, I'm going to relax in my own home and go take off my shoes. Be right back." As she passed, he asked, "So that means you're staying here?" She winked at him. "You can't get rid of me that easy, Logan. I'm right where I belong." She went into the bedroom and made a point of taking off her flats where everyone could see. Logan sipped his drink while they waited for Hannah to return and said, "Harrison, I can assure you, security is paramount for my wife and my family." Harry put his glass away from his lips and nodded. "I believe you. Just treat her right." Hannah deserved far more than he could ever offer. She deserved a hero, and that wasn't him, but he kept that to himself. Instead, he said, "I'll treat her like a princess." Hannah returned to his side. Harry lifted his glass. Then, cheers. The four of them toasted survival, and Hannah's presence made him hyper-aware. She was too special and important. Letting her go was probably what was best for her. But he was a selfish man. He wanted to keep her forever. Now he just needed to ensure she understood. Chapter 18. Hannah put the glasses in the sink, noticing the tenseness of Logan's shoulders. She quickly glanced at the clock and sucked in her breath. It was almost 7. No wonder Logan seemed nervous. Once she finished with the dishes, she sat beside him on the couch. "I love my brother, though he can be overprotective." Logan turned toward her. "I respect him for that." "Of course he would." She laughed. In some ways, Logan was like her brother. protective and smart. She shook her head and said, "Your poor sister. She had 6 older brothers." A small smile grew on his face. "She seems to be the most stable out of all of us these days." Perhaps once he saw that everyone was okay, he could relax. She scooted closer, took his hand and said, "Any news on your father?" Logan's skin was as tight as a nut waiting to crack. "No, but with all of us wanting to see him individually, even if he's here, it might take an hour or more." True. But until he arrived, there wasn't much she could do for Logan. She pressed her knees toward him. "Are you worried?" He let out a long sigh. "I am. My father was strong and healthy before, but prison wasn't a good place. I can't imagine him being all alone. At least I had my brothers." She'd never been in prison and couldn't truly imagine being locked away, though she'd done it to herself for a long while. She pressed her hand on his thigh. "We'll be here for him and your family. But tonight, do you think we can talk, just the 2 of us?" His brow furrowed. "Sure." Drat, now wasn't the time to bring up love. He had to be relaxed and in a good mood, which meant after he saw his father. She stood and winked, exuding calm. "Perfect. I'll get dinner in the oven. Whoever is picking out our meals is amazing. I never liked grocery shopping, but now I just open the fridge and we have gourmet." Logan stood and followed her into the kitchen. "Elle's people are on that." She kept her smile big and bright and prayed everything was well with his father. She took out the food as he went to the sink. "Well, as I said before, I like your sister." They worked quietly as they prepared the chicken and mushrooms for dinner. She turned on the oven, and he got down plates to set the table. The elevator chimed. Logan looked at her and cleared his throat. "Hannah, here comes my father." She checked the timer on the oven and walked beside him. "Let's open the door then. Hold my hand." His fingers shook slightly. She squeezed his palm. Unlike at the bank where he'd been a hero, now he was scared? For his dad? Absolutely. They reached the door. He took a deep breath, twisted the knob and pulled back, his body braced like they were in the bank, under fire. As the door opened, she saw an older man that looked a lot like her husband, only with gray hair, but the same broad shoulders. Ava grinned next to him. Logan released her and reached out to hug his mother and then his father. "Mom, Dad, you look good." His father gently slapped his son on the back as they hugged. "You worked to get me out, son. I was told you had cyber issues last night and you were at the bank during a robbery." Hannah ensured the door was locked and then moved together to the living room. "Someone is out to hurt our family, Dad. We can't let them." His mother stayed beside her and smiled. "I thought giving up the crown was the answer to keep everyone safe," his father said. "I never expected years later for any of this to happen. None of us could." Logan spoke like he'd had some part of his father's decision, though he would have been a child then. He swallowed hard. "Dad, do you need anything?" His father gave him a curt nod. "Your mother and I want everyone to come to our place tomorrow night for dinner. We don't know your wife or Elle's husband or any of your brother's wives. Dinner together is a start." Logan came to her side and took her hand. "We'll be there. Dad, this is Hannah. Hannah, my father, Ali Bentley." His mother then added fast, "Hannah's parents were Howard and Elisha Hughes." His father's face flickered, and he must have remembered them kindly. "I miss your parents, Hannah. Your brother helped Roy with the paperwork, I understand. At least they had good memories of her parents." She nodded, "Yes." He pressed her shoulder for a second and leaned closer. "It is a pleasure to meet you, and I'm happy you're with my son." Logan's father was clearly what Logan would look like in 25 years. She smiled and said, "Your son is one of the best men I've ever met." Logan shook his head. "Hannah, don't talk me up. Dad, I'm just glad you're home." His father straightened as he turned toward Logan. "Don't cry, son. Not in front of your new bride." Her husband was emotional? She squeezed his hand and glanced up. His eyes seemed glassy, and her heart melted. Logan pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose and calmed down. "I wouldn't." He was sexy with the almost tears look. His father shouldn't have said that, but she kept her opinion to herself. His father stood taller, like he was in the military. "I know. I have to go see the others. Tomorrow we're looking forward to seeing you both." "Absolutely." Logan pressed his hand to his father's back and walked with him to the door. Hannah stayed beside him. Once he said goodbye to both of his parents and closed the door, Hannah's heart beat faster. "Your father looks wonderful." "He lost weight." Logan walked next to her back to the living room and motioned toward the couch. She sat. "He'll gain it back." He sat beside her, but then immediately drew her in for a kiss. Her heart melted. She wrapped her arms around him and held him tight as he demanded her every attention. He broke the kiss long enough to say, "Hannah, I need you right now." She could feel his erection. She ran her hand through his hair and held his gaze. "Logan, you did amazing today. You were willing to die to protect me." His hands ran down her thighs and his body clearly craved hers. She grew softer from his touch. "You deserve better than what you have." He leaned closer and took another kiss. Her body ached for him as his hands went inside her shirt, sending flames through her as he pressed against her backside. As his next kiss ended, he kissed her chin and neck. "I just want you." "You have me." She arched backwards to give him better access to all of her. His fingers lightly traced her belt buckle. "Do I?" "Absolutely." He then unbuckled her jeans and tugged them a little. "Okay, we can talk tomorrow," she said. "I need you too right now." Less than a minute later, he removed all her clothes and lay her back on the couch as he stared at her with a brightness in his eyes. "You're beautiful without clothes." Wow. She never thought or imagined she'd want him back so much. Love bloomed inside her and she would show him, if not with words, then with deeds. Right now, he needed her and she needed him. He stripped off his clothes and his incredibly strong and chiseled body turned her on. As he came toward her again for another kiss, she said, "Just hold me. You make me feel alive." And as he touched her, she was complete. He was her everything. Chapter 19. Hannah finished her coffee and stared at the bedroom door. For once, their roles were reversed and she was awake before him, but it was after 10. She was supposed to meet the other wives for coffee, but her shoes and sweater were still in the bedroom. She washed her cup, ensured there was plenty of coffee for her husband, and then entered the bedroom. Logan put the pillow over his head to block out the beautiful sunshine that poured into the bedroom. She sat next to him and placed her hand on his washboard abs. He turned toward her, lifted the pillow, and she winked at him. "Logan, you slept." He stretched, yawned, and sat against the headboard. His entire body was warm, but the gleam in his eyes made her melt too. He took her hand and kept it in his lap that was only covered with the sheet. "I needed it, I guess." He let her go, and the warmth in his expression cooled slightly. He sighed. "I should get to work and check on progress. My brothers still need cash, and who knows what my mother's medical expenses might be. It might be better to take her home." "Home?" she asked as he stood and stretched again next to the bed, letting her see his muscular backside. He turned, winked that he saw her staring at his bum, and shook it a little. She laughed, but then he said, "Hoshkel, though that's probably not possible. She'd be more peaceful in her gardens. While she'd always had nice homes, she'd never dreamed of a palace. She couldn't imagine what their lives were like as children, but it had to be so different." He walked toward the bathroom, so she stood, fixed her black pants to ensure she had no wrinkles, and said, "Well, I promised the women I would host a get-together, but because you were finally sleeping and not working, I texted Sarah, and she's happy to have everyone there instead. So I'll be upstairs for a few hours." He turned toward her and had no care that he was completely naked. "Okay, come back for lunch?" Nothing would keep her away. Today they'd have no drama, and she'd tell him that she loved him. The air was too full of energy. Today was right, but for now she nodded at him and headed toward the door. "Absolutely. I want us to have time alone to talk." He called out. "Duh, duh, duh." She turned toward his song of doom with her eyes widened as he said, "That sounds scary, but whatever you want." Her pulse raced. He didn't need to see the conversation as negative. She lowered her head. "It's not scary, relax, but for now I should go." He leaned against the doorframe for a second, but then he stood straighter. "We'll talk. I promise to listen, after I make sure I haven't lost all my money from another cyberworm." Fair. Logan worked harder than anyone she knew. She then smiled at him and nodded. "Go to work." With that, he went to the bathroom and she headed to the door. She found her phone on the kitchen counter and quickly texted her friends, as she was a few minutes late. "Sarah, I'm on my way now." Out in the hall, she closed the door behind her, and she felt like she waited forever once she hit the elevator button. Someone must be moving or something because she'd never been kept this long. She texted Sarah again. "The elevator is being slower than usual." Sarah texted back, "No worries, you're last." Hannah glanced at the stairwell. She was only 2 floors up, but she'd never used the stairs here. She pressed her lips together, but then heard the elevator ding. She let the thought go, held her phone in her hand, and took a step to get inside when she saw the blue eyes of Reverend Jensen and the black steel of his gun. She froze immediately. She couldn't move or think. Jensen lifted his gun and said, "Get in this elevator, Hannah. We need to talk." If she went, she'd die. Her throat constricted, but she jerked backwards. "No, we don't." The gun clicked but didn't go off. He pointed it toward her heart. "Then I'll shoot you and go upstairs to get the other women." If she ran backwards, she'd never make it to her apartment. He'd have a clear shot at her. If she ran to the stairs, he could easily shoot her down. He held the gun with steady hands. "Get in." Her heart raced, but she entered the elevator. No one else was going to be hurt. She clutched her phone behind her. "What do you want, Jensen?" The elevator went down like they were heading to the first floor as he said, "You betrayed me. You set the police against me and didn't follow through on our simple contract. I need to know why you lied." Ice felt like it formed at the base of her spine and layers grew up from there. She backed herself to the wall and asked, "Why I lied?" He lowered the gun for a moment as if genuinely confused by her actions. "Yes, I'm about to be arrested." The elevator was close to the ground level now. She faced him, one hand at her waist, the other hiding her phone behind her back. It was all she had to get help with. She swallowed and asked as the elevator stopped, "For something that has nothing to do with me, where are we going?" He came beside her, and her blood went as cold as her bones. "You're getting me out of this building now that I've left a present for my niece, Sarah." "Present?" She walked with him but met the gaze of security. She wished they could mind read her silent cry for help, but they noticed nothing wrong. She slowed her steps, but Jensen dragged her out of the lobby, his arm through hers hiding the gun he had pressed to her side. "But all the women are with her, right now." He laughed at the door and shoved her into the hot Miami sun. "Good, then my bomb will have a master effect." Her skin crawled as she took a moment to understand his words. She clasped her heart and asked, "Bomb?" He pointed toward the side visitor parking lot. "Now let's go." For 1 second, he turned away from her and she typed fast, "Sarah, there is a bomb outside your door." Sarah typed back fast, "Where are you? Tell Logan the first love him." She hit send and realized Jensen stared right at her. She bit her lip as he grabbed for her and took the phone. "No more ruining my plans." He tossed her phone toward the beach and sand, then he put his hand on her back and tugged her forward. She felt tight and sick to her stomach. "Jensen, taking me hostage and hurting the others won't help you." He pushed her toward a 10-year-old Chevy truck. "You won't live long enough to care, Hannah. I need you as collateral to get to the airport." This car would never outrun the police. She'd seen the news enough. If she went further, she was dead anyhow. All she could do was hope they stopped the bomb upstairs. Her heart thrashed in her ears. but she lifted her chin. "You could have just escaped without stopping to hurt any of us." His face reddened. "Women are supposed to be men's helpers, not destroyers. I didn't believe you were Delilah reborn when I introduced you to a simpler life." She listened to her heart and hoped she found the right words. "Look, I was never married before. I can't help that my husband treats me right, and he's everything I ever wanted. Of course I helped him. It is my duty." This time Jensen held up the gun and motioned it toward the truck. "I am still going to kill you." She cringed and her body trembled, but she took a step back, away from the truck as she shook her head. "I'm not going with you." He took a step closer to her and pointed the gun right at her heart. "You were always the most troublesome with all your demands. Get in, now? If she went, she died. If she stayed, she died." She took a step back and prayed. "My wife isn't going anywhere." Logan's voice came from behind her and he brushed his hand lightly against her back. She had no idea how he'd snuck up on them, but her heart leapt that he'd come for her. She turned her head and saw he was in dark blue cotton pants and a white t-shirt, his hair damp from the shower. He looked strikingly handsome in the bright sun. "Logan." In the corner of her eye, she saw the metal from a gun flash in the sunlight. Jensen said, "The man who ruined my life." Logan placed his hand on her sides and pulled her further back. "Jensen, the police are everywhere. You won't get off this street. Never mind all the way to the airport." Jensen cocked his head. "Then I guess I get my revenge the old-fashioned way." "No," she screamed, and without thinking she reached for a nearby car door and opened it as the gunshot rang in the air. Logan brought his arm over her head and huddled with her, but the shot must have ricocheted. She didn't feel anything. People at the beach screamed from beyond the parking lot. Hannah looked through the car door that protected them both and saw Jensen drop the gun and clutch his bleeding shoulder. She was about to run out toward him when Logan grabbed her. "Hannah, get back here, right?" She couldn't help the man who'd tried to kill her and Logan. She traced Logan's face and felt warm for the first time, despite how close they were to the blue waves that crashed against the shore. For a moment it seemed as if they had all the time in the world. She held his cheek in her palm. "He was about to shoot you." The crash of the ocean echoed in her ears and adrenaline rushed in her veins. She glanced over and realized Jensen was going for his gun. Logan and dove for it too. Jensen complained, "How can you stand her? She's the most spoiled brat I've ever met." "Hannah, stay back." Logan and Jensen struggled for control of his handgun. Both of the men fought. Security and men in blue uniforms stormed through the parking lot and beach as sirens flashed behind her. Hannah closed the car door and screamed. "Logan, no, the police are here." Logan rose from the scuffle, holding the gun up. The police formed a circle around the men. One of the officers said, "Put the gun down, Bentley." Oh goodness. Logan had just gotten out of prison. Her heart nearly stopped as she rushed forward and shouted, "He was protecting me. Don't hurt my husband. Jensen was trying to kill me. Jensen planted a bomb in the building." The police officers ignored her and told both men, "Hands above your head." Logan did as he was told, dropping the gun and kicking it away from his hand. Every officer had their finger on a trigger. It would only take one to ruin everything. Her entire body clenched tight. Logan lifted his hands and said, "Hannah, relax." They couldn't hurt him. She felt the sobs inside her throat, but she said from behind them, "Please. This is a condo. There will be video feed. Please don't hurt him." Two of the officers stormed forward, guns in hand, until they grabbed both men. Logan didn't resist, and the officer who spoke pointed toward Logan and said, "Check him for weapons. If nothing, let him go to his wife and family." Weapons? He didn't have any, right? The hair on her arms stood, but she prayed everything would be fine. A second later, the officer let Logan go as he said, "Nothing." He walked over to her and immediately hugged her. His warm hands and body made her feel when she thought she was half dead. She closed her eyes and didn't care that tears formed when he said, "Hannah, you're amazing." "No, I'm just a woman in love with you." She spoke her mind without thought or care. This was the second time she'd almost lost him. Logan was too important, and she couldn't live without him. Not anymore. Chapter 20. Hannah rode the elevator up to their condo with Logan. Neither of them said a word, though their phones were full of messages that they scrolled and answered, mostly saying, "We're fine." Logan spoke to his brothers and parents. Hannah was getting the women chat and her own brother who wanted to storm over here, but she told them all they were okay and just wanted to rest. Logan must have typed the same message over and over too. They walked the small hall to the door and let themselves inside. Once they entered, Logan put his phone on the nearby table and then rolled his shoulders. She put her phone next to his and said, "Glad the police sorted through all of that chaos." Logan reached out and held her waist. "I'm just happy we're home and you're safe." She hugged him and listened to his steady heartbeat. Guess they both needed a minute. His arms around her now made her feel safe and warm. As she pulled back and glanced up, her mind began to work and not just react. "How did you get outside that fast and sneak up so Jensen didn't see you?" He traced her face and seemed to breathe easier. "I took the stairs. Bo called me. When I made it downstairs, I ducked behind the palms as best I could." "So why did you text Sarah and not me?" She licked her lips. She wanted to protect him? That wasn't it. Honestly, she should have, but everything happened too fast. She was expecting my text. I responded to the last message she'd sent. He kissed her forehead. "Fair enough, but the second Bo called, I ran. The rest of my brothers were helping with the bomb. They didn't smell any smoke." She swallowed, closed her eyes, and said, "I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't. Are they okay?" Bo and Dylan both had bomb training and Bo was home. "Everyone's fine." His palm went back to her shoulders, like he didn't want to let her go. Her heart grew bigger as he said, "Hannah, I was terrified when I saw him holding a gun on you." The coldness she felt before scared her. She wasn't sure what to do now. She held him close, opened her eyes, but shook her head. "I was too, but I don't want to talk about what just happened." Then he let out a loud sigh. "You opened the car door to create a barrier." "Oh." She met his gaze. "That was just reactive. I wasn't thinking." He held her, but otherwise didn't move. "I was about to stand in front of you and get shot so you could run," which was why she'd reached for the door. If the owner had locked their door, she held her breath. She couldn't think about that. They survived through the grace and wonder of a miracle. She held him, and they were both here. "And I couldn't let you die. Not for me. I love you too much." A laugh escaped his throat. "I thought if we talked about love, it would be the end. I didn't want you to love me." Oh goodness. If he didn't want love, then she wasn't sure what to do. Her body began to tremble as her gaze dropped. Why not? He lifted her chin so she looked right at him. Her heart raced faster, but she listened as he said, Because love is something that can break or needs constant care. My father would have stayed in his country that he loved if he hadn't loved my mother, but he wanted to protect her and us, so he gave up everything he ever had and started over. I don't want to make those kinds of sacrifices." But she'd never ask him to sacrifice like that. She shook her head and hoped she explained well. "You don't have to. I support you. I've been supporting you since the day we met." He nodded. "And I don't deserve it." "Yes, you do." Tears welled in her eyes, though she refused to cry. "You risked your life to save me twice. You didn't let me stay in my shell, lost and alone, and spoke to me like I mattered since the day we met." Logan's Adam's apple went up and down, and for a second, neither said anything. He took her hands in his and leaned closer. "Hannah, you've been nothing but my angel since the moment we met. You got me out of jail and have been as faithful and true as my own family. I don't deserve you, but I selfishly want to keep you forever." But he wasn't in love with her? She felt numb at the thought. "So what does that mean exactly, Logan?" He held her closer, and his pupils were so large his eyes seemed black. It means I can't live without you and can't let you ever get hurt because of me." She pulled away. She needed to be real with herself. "But you can't love me back? Is that it?" He stepped in front of her and his words came faster. "Yes. I mean no. Just hold on, Hannah. You don't understand." She stopped and stared at him. What else was there to say? She stilled. "I don't understand what?" He took her hands. "I can't live without you because I'm in love with you. You changed me the day we met and married, and I can't go back to the old me. I was half alive before and living a meaningless life." "Stop." She interrupted him and pulled him closer. "You had me with love." A chuckle escaped from his lips as he leaned closer for a kiss. "Good. Now come here." "Oh?" She closed her eyes and kissed him. Every time it felt like angels played in some holy orchestra when he kissed her. And this time, the music was even more alive, like a symphony. He pressed her against the wall and tugged at her t-shirt. "You're wearing too many clothes." She laughed and reached for his belt loop. "I thought you had to work this morning." He took her hand and led her to the bedroom. Clearly, there has been a change in plans. "Because of me?" She batted her eyes. He led her into their bedroom and tugged off his shirt and cotton pants. "Absolutely. I need all of you, right now." She pulled her clothes off, not caring she was naked in the middle of the day. "I'm yours, heart, body, and soul." "Good, because you're my forever princess." He closed the bedroom door. Today and every day after, she had a chance to live, happy and in love. Her faith that life could be good and kind had restored her entirely. Chapter 21. Logan guided Hannah to the penthouse where his parents stayed. No one was in the elevator, which meant they were the last to arrive. But this afternoon, he couldn't get enough of Hannah. Truthfully, he wasn't sure he'd ever have enough of her. A servant opened the door. Logan smelled his wife's lavender body lotion and led her toward the huge dining room where his family was already seated. Neither one of them said much, but they both smiled. He led Hannah to his father. Today was a trying day for everyone. "I'm glad we're together." Ollie's arms were crossed and a baby slept behind him in a bassinet. "We haven't figured out who owns Kirno or if they were the ones that set us up, Father." "Right." Logan led his wife to the two empty seats next to Rachel and Ollie. As they sat, his father, Ali, turned to his left and said, "We will work as a family, but right now I'm happy to give Elle away in her upcoming wedding to Navid." Logan saw his sister's face turn bright red and she held Navid's hand. "Dad, you don't have to start." Their mother returned from the kitchen and sat opposite his father on the other side of the table. His father waited until she was settled and then motioned toward Elle. "She's happy. Logan and Hannah seem happy. I just want the rest of you to find a way to be happy." Now Hannah turned red and drew closer to him so no one else saw. Ollie changed the subject. "Father, what happens if we have to return to Hoshgel?" His father sighed and nodded at Roy. "Roy will have to clear our travel with authorities. But first we need to know what's happening and who did this." "Not run in fear," Dylan said. "Whoever set us up doesn't know how our family works." His mother stood, and everyone went quiet. She looked at each of them. "Agreed. Hannah dear, can you help me serve the tea?" Hannah scooted her chair back and let his hand go, though she leaned closer to him and whispered, "Be right back, my love." Hannah and his mother disappeared into the kitchen, and Logan turned back toward his father. His father said, "Logan, your wife is the happiest woman here tonight. Educate your brothers on how you accomplished that feat." Love changed him and for the better, but he'd not say that here. His brothers were clearly all still in the midst of drama, so he swallowed and hoped the right words came. "Hannah knows I value her, father. It's all I can say." His father held up his champagne glass despite the fact his wife went for tea in the next room. "Then let's cheer." The baby woke up hollering. No one moved, so Logan finally said to his brother, "Ollie, your son is crying." Ollie's ex-girlfriend and now current wife was trying to comfort the baby, but his brother turned toward her and said, "Rachel, give him to me." Logan couldn't see her face when she turned toward his brother, but he felt the iciness next to him. Rachel handed the boy to Ollie, and the boy stopped crying immediately. Rachel muttered under her breath. Ollie then said, "Okay, Dad, we're ready now." Hannah returned with a teapot, but set it down on the table before her and instead held her champagne glass that Jake quickly filled for everyone. They waited for Jake, but Logan felt his heart grow lighter when Hannah took his teacup and poured him black tea for later. She checked Ollie and Rachel's cups too, and ensured everyone had one near them. Once she finished, she held her champagne in the air at the same time Jake finished filling everyone's glasses. Logan took her hand. Hannah was beautiful and sweet. His father then lifted his glass and said, "I hope every one of my sons and my daughter live happily ever after and experience the joy of true love. Romantic as always, my darling." His mother held up champagne and cheered with the rest of them. Hannah squeezed his hand after they clinked glasses. "Your parents are happy. Like us, they love each other." He winked and drank his champagne. Logan was truly happy. Hannah was exactly what he needed, and he had faith that good would win out over whoever threatened their family as long as they stuck together. Life was too good to lose now. Hannah made his life complete. Thank you for reading. I hope you enjoyed Logan and Hannah's romance as much as I did. Next in the series is Dr. Oliver Bentley, who was arrested for a crime he didn't commit, and to get out of jail marries his longtime girlfriend Rachel Mira and finds out they already have a son in Irresistibly Tough. Or if you're in the mood for more contemporary gothic romances, check out my first ever book that won awards in the free read Hidden Gabriel, where Erica is stuck in a dangerous winter storm and the only shelter is Gabriel's house. But what's hiding in the walls? Or maybe you're into more drama, then you'll love the Billionaire family drama of the House of Morgan, where romance is the only cure that might heal the past. The first book, Secret Crush, is free and available where you can see how the House of Morgan all started. And to find out about new books, sign up for my newsletter, https://victoriapinder.com, also by Victoria Pinder. Married to the Billionaire Prince, Irresistibly Lost, Irresistibly Found, Irresistibly Charming, Irresistibly Tough, Irresistibly Played, Irresistibly Rugged, Irresistibly Strong, Irresistibly Dashing, The Marshall Family Saga, Favorite Crush, Favorite Mistake, Favorite Sin, Favorite Scandal, The House of Morgan, Secret Crush, Secret Bet, Secret Wish, Secret Dad, Secret Heir, and many more. Visit victoriapinder.com for the complete list of books. Married to the Billionaire Prince series by Victoria Pinder. Book 1, Irresistibly Lost. Book 2, Irresistibly Found. Book 3, Irresistibly Charming. Book 4, Irresistibly Tough. Book 5, Irresistibly Played. Book 6, Irresistibly Rugged. Book 7, Irresistibly Strong. Book 8, Irresistibly Dashing. This is Book 3, Irresistibly Charming. About the author. USA Today best-selling author, Victoria Pinder grew up in Irish Catholic Boston, then moved to Miami. Eventually, she found that writing is her passion. She always wrote stories to entertain herself. Her parents are practical-minded people demanding a job, but when she sat down to write, she knew this was exactly what she was meant to do. Today, she continues to write romance novels that readers love.